Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine, and yes, this is the next part of creating Naruto comic in Naruto world and also the end of season 1 of this story. Where Akaban was graduated from the University of Arts and Design in the 21st century, then suddenly traversed into the Naruto's world. By bringing my knowledge of arts and my love of Naruto comic, I decided to recreate Naruto comic here. So without any delay, let's start with the video. Tsunade is flipping through the book pretending to be nonchalant, but in fact, her attention is all on Jiraiya's face. Your elder sister. Hetilda, she sneer in her mind while attentively looking at Jiraiya's face for fear of missing his expression. Haku in cute clothes, and she is also so kind-hearted. I love her. Jiraiya completely entered the role of a reader, completely immersed in his own fantasy, even if there was a tigress in his side. Akaban glanced at Tsunade, then looked at Jiraiya with a pity in his eyes, and silently prayed a tribute to him. And it didn't disappoint them, since after waiting for a few seconds, a loud exclamation was heard. Ha! Jiraiya, who had a face full of yearning earlier, becomes completely pale after reading the next page. In just 1 second, Jiraiya's expression has undergone a triple change. Stunned, terrified, and lastly in doubt about his life. The dream he had was suddenly ruined when he found out his elder sister's gender. At this moment, his expression is exactly like the third Hokage earlier. If they said that they were father and son, no one will doubt it. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade, who witnessed how fast Jiraiya's expression changed in a second, couldn't hold it anymore and burst into laughter with tears in the corner of her eyes. After a while, Jiraiya, whose face was quite ugly from the exposure, suddenly laughed and said with a suspicious expression on his face, "This is obviously a female character. Haku is definitely a guy." Akaban sighed and said the finishing blow. When he first saw manga and anime, he also had this feeling. Because of this he wanted to draw it as it is. No. This is not true, my work. Jiraiya almost cried hearing the author's assurance. Your work? Kurama Yunlane, who was also watching, couldn't help but ask. He is a little curious, but at the same time confused, and thought, what does it have to do with your work if Haku is a guy? You don't understand. Jiraiya replied angrily, then hung his head down, clearly in a low spirit. His earlier boastful character completely disappeared, and said to himself dejectedly, there are so many toads on Mount Myoboku that will make someone crazy, but thanks to Miss Haku, I can hold on for so many days without going crazy. But now, wah. He is really crying. Akaban's face was stunned seeing Jiraiya really cry. This kind of training on Mount Myoboku, what the hell did he experience? Jiraiya, what about your works? Tsunade asked carefully, afraid of hurting his feelings again. Since she first met Jiraiya, it was the first time she saw him so sad and crying, so distraught, that made her feel sorry for him. It doesn't matter anymore, Jiraiya said, then he took a picture out of his arms and spread it out in a low spirit. Is it that kind of painting? Akaban though. Knowing Jiraiya, only that kind of drawing will he paint for sure. Akaban's face is indifferent, but his eyes glanced secretly. F******. It turned out to be just Haku wearing a yukata with a shy face. Heh. I didn't expect you, Jiraiya, to be also interested in a guy who looks shy on the outside. Tsunade ridiculed mercilessly, her sympathy towards him immediately faded like smoke. Nonsense. She is female. Jiraiya yelled a few times defending his masterpiece, but then got dejected once again knowing what Tsunade said was true. He picked up his comic book and planned to leave. He even ignored the scattered poster he won earlier. Tsunade was secretly happy when she saw it. When he is gone, she can pick it up by herself. After walking a dozen steps away, Tsunade approached the posters on the ground and planned to pick it up, but she saw Jiraiya suddenly wake up from his gloomy state and turn around. And seeing Tsunade, Jiraiya immediately come back to life and said angrily, "My poster! Damn airport, you dare to steal my poster!" Jiraiya ran back angrily, then he picked up the poster on the ground, and then turned back again and left in a depressed mood. Tsunade was stunned and didn't react due to suddenness and forgot to punch him. It's just when she saw Jiraiya disappeared, she reacted with a wave of incompetent anger. After that, Tsunade sat down and said suspiciously, "Why did he suddenly remember it again?" "He didn't remember it, he just sensed your movement." Akaban sighed. Tsunade was annoyed after hearing it. Who would have thought that the guy walked so slowly that it took him a dozen seconds? With a sigh, she picked up a new manga book. Anyway, there are several children in the family, so buying more for a ticket is fine, maybe she will be lucky. No. No. Still no. After a few draws, she collapsed on her stool. She now doubts her life like Jiraiya earlier. They buy the same book, so why is Jiraiya so lucky? No, I don't believe in fate. Tsunade stubbornly said. L. Tsunade clenched her teeth, and took out her last savings, but the last volume of The Land of Waves is coming these few days, do you really want to continue? Akaban helplessly said, seeing how she planned to draw again. During this period of time, Tsunade did not take any missions. The money she earned before was basically spent on buying more comics for her to draw in his shop. He was sure that she didn't have much money on hand. Tsunade hurriedly glanced at her wallet, and suddenly fell into a struggle. Her money is really running out. Princess Tsunade, you shouldn't buy it anymore. Kurama Yunlane feels a little distressed seeing how desperate Tsunade is. He already knows her luck, so he tries to persuade her. As Tsunade, her winning a poster is really hard to achieve if nothing major happened. No, at worst, I will catch a cat or carry water to earn. Tsunade replied stubbornly, then she turned around and entered the manga shop. Akaban shook his head. This girl is really hard to persuade if it comes to gambling. But Tsunade right now plays it more safely, unlike her usual style where she buys 10 comics at the same time. She took a single copy like how Jiraiya did earlier, instead of 10. After 10 seconds, she once again comes inside the shop and picked a comic on the shelf. 1 book, 2 books. Ugh. Why can't I get it? She angrily shouted. There was no major event in this period of time, so it's impossible for Tsunade to get it unless Akaban's influence on the plot had reached the point where the third Hokage or Mito died like in the story. Sure enough, Tsunade, after emptying her wallet, still didn't get even a single poster. She lay on the stool trying to cry but without tears. Young master, shouldn't we give her a consolation prize with how much money she spent? Kurama Yunlane feels a little distressed. She is still the princess of the Senju clan, so seeing her miserable state, he tried to appeal to his boss. No, it will be a lesson for her. Akaban said mercilessly, and tried to incite her. Now that you don't have money anymore, you should catch a dog or pick water and help on farming to earn more as you said earlier. I don't want to catch the dog, that hateful dog. When she heard Akaban mention the dog, Tsunade suddenly exploded, like a tigress who got her cub stolen. Since that dog is not an ordinary dog. It is a ninja dog that a wealthy businessman bought from the Inuzuka clan for a lot of money and favors. So finding it is especially difficult. Akaban ignored her irritation and changed the topic and asked about the children. By the way, are the little kids living in Senju clan okay? They are okay. Grandma gathers them together to read comics every once in a while, then talks about the comics plots. Tsunade replied with a clearly not a good mood. Although they live in Senju clan, the children of the Uzumaki clan are all thinking about their home. In case hidden Uzumaki village is really. She can't imagine the scene after those children heard the bad news. It turns out that this is the case, then I can give you another way to make money. Akaban was slightly happy, and then quickly recovered calmly. Have you heard of the comic exhibition? Comic exhibition? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Young master, what is a comic exhibition? Kurama Yunlang is also unclear about hearing it. In short, it is to imitate the characters and roles in manga, and even restore the plot. Akaban lightly explained. Imitate. Does everyone in the comic show do that? Tsunade understands a bit, but some descriptions are not quite clear to her. No, as long as some people imitate and perform, other people have to pay if they want to enter the venue. Akaban explained patiently. In addition, everyone can prepare some handmade peripherals, such as fan paintings, character statues, etc., which can also be sold for a fee. So that's how it is. Tsunade's eyes gleamed hearing about money. How about it? Do you guys want to do it? Of course, such an interesting thing, of course, we have to do it, and your last volume is part of the plot. We can start preparing for the comics show in advance. Tsunade is very smart. After knowing what the comic show is, she immediately knew how to hold it. As long as the comic exhibition is operated properly, money and so on are not a problem. She couldn't help but laugh, and patted Akaban's shoulder hard and said, "Thank you so much Akaban, as expected, you are kind to me. I'll go and prepare first." Akaban brow raised, slightly nodded. Tsunade excitedly hugged her manga and left. When she disappeared, Akaban's face was suddenly distorted, and he inhaled deeply trying to ease the pain in his shoulder. This girl forgot to hold back her strength when she got excited, which made him take the brunt of it. "Tsunade, did you buy today's new volume?" "Yes Grandma, here are 10. Tsunade said. Then she put it all down on the floor. She picks one copy from the pile and gave it to her Grandma Mito. She was about to say something, but suddenly remembered two things. "Grandma, the money for these 10 books." Before Tsuna finished what she was going to say, Uzumaki Mito interrupted her and said, "Tsunade, I heard that Akaban organized a campaign to buy books and can get free posters." Uzumaki Mito asked with a gentle smile on her face, and her voice is soft and calm, but the meaning in her words does not make Tsuna who heard her feel warm at all. At least for now, Tsunade is as silent as winter. After a while, she sat down, and instead of answering her, she asked instead. "By the way, Akaban is going to hold a comic exhibition, so I'm going to help him. Can you help me, Grandma?" "Comic exhibition? What is it?" Uzumaki Mito asked strangely, since it's her first time hearing those terms that made her forget about her question earlier. "Just wait a minute, I think about how to describe it." Tsunade pressed her chin and pondered. She tried remembering what Akaban explained for a moment, and then said in her own understanding. "From what I understand, You can pretend to be the characters of the story, and then you can also sell comics-related items you made in the comic exhibition, such as statues, fan-made paintings, etc. So that's how it is. It sounds very interesting. Uzumaki Maito said with a rare smile on her young face. Yes, Grandma, do you want to support it? Tsunade immediately leaned forward with an eager smile. Sure. However, before Tsunade became happy with her reply, Uzumaki Maito then continued, and since I will also participate, I will supervise the money. Ah. Tsunade was shocked. What is this? Although her grandma agreed to support her, the money still did not come to her. No, it is more than that. In order to prevent Tsunade from gambling, her money is strictly controlled, and there is basically no extra change other than what she earns. At this moment, she thought of the most terrible consequence: what if even the profits of the show were taken away by Grandma? Ah! It's a blunder. Why didn't I think of it when I invite Grandma? Tsunade thought very regretfully. What a terrible grandma, she is a smiling tiger. Tsunade, don't think too much, I'm just funding. Uzumaki Maito faintly smiled said. Since little Tsunade grew up with her, and with his, Tsunade moved her fingers, Uzumaki Maito could guess what she was thinking. Really? Tsunade instantly got motivated again, and said excitedly, then I'm going to find someone. For the first time, I can't even play a role. By the way, I will play the role of Haku. Uzumaki Maito turned to the first page and directly decided the role she wanted to play. This. Tsunade hesitated. If Haku is a girl, Uzumaki Maito choosing Haku's character is not a problem, but the problem is that Haku is a man. What's the matter? Uzumaki Maito glanced at her, then turned her attention to the comic. So cute. She thought strangely. Grandma, you continue to read first. Tsunade was a little embarrassed to say it. Uzumaki Maito nodded, then she continued to read. Neither slow nor hurried she then the page. This time she saw that sentence and understood what Tsunade meant. Grandma, do you understand now? Didn't expect it is a male child, but... Uzumaki Maito's eyes shined. After that, her chakra fluctuated and instantly she turned into Haku wearing a dress. Aren't the male child's settings more cute? Uzumaki Maito said excitedly, with a voice very different from her own, and with transformation jutsu influence. It is impossible to distinguish between male and female from her voice alone. Ha! Tsunade was stunned. She didn't expect Grandma still has this hand, and how cute is this? Go find someone, don't bother me while reading comics. Haku waved his hand. Although he was impatient, his expression and tone couldn't be impatient. For a moment, Tsunade almost thought it was Haku himself. Since reading comics, her grandma is living younger and younger. Tsunade sighed, and she was secretly happy for her grandma. With the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, as long as you maintain a good figure, they will definitely live a long life. Grandma, then I will go first. Tsunade bowed slightly and left. Although the 6th volume has not yet been printed, but according to Izumi Yamano's efficiency, the manga can be sent to the village the day after tomorrow. But before that, she must gather important roles for the exhibition. With Grandma being Haku, next should be Jiraiya. That idiot is the most suitable for Naruto. Tsunade thought to herself. But when she was about to look for him, she suddenly thought of an important question. Where will Jiraiya go after what happened in the previous chapter? With how depressed he is earlier, I really don't know where Jiraiya will go. Tsunade walked down the street and pondered. However, when she was about to randomly choose where to go, she spotted a white-haired kid. "Ha, is that Sakumo? Waits a minute, I have something to say to you," Tsunade yelled. "Ha? Take." Sakumo stopped and looked at her strangely. "We are going to have a comic role-playing recently. Can you play Take Kakashi?" Tsunade asked. "No." Sakumo's face quickly turned indifferent. "Stop, you're just going to play it, what does it matter?" Tsunade stepped forward and pulled him. Sakumo originally wanted to hide, but Tsunade's speed exceeded his expectations, and he was caught after a half-beat. "Let go." "I won't let you go." "Let me go. Promise me to play Kakashi role and I will let go." The two are arguing in the street. To be honest, Sakumo is still a little bit interested in acting, but he doesn't want to play Kakashi at all. However, although Tsunade was holding his arm with one hand, he still couldn't break free from her. That made him grit his teeth. "Damn, you have made a lot of progress." Sakumo has a terrible headache. There is no doubt that Tsunade has learned to control her power, with how perfectly she control her power on her grip on him. "No way." "Well, I promised." "Very good." Tsunade smiled and loosened her grip. Then she bowed and said, "Sorry Sakumo for forcing you, the first stage show must be perfected." "Forget it." Sakumo sighed. Then waved his hand, and then continued to move forward. Take Kakashi get." Tsunade was very happy and went to her teacher, the third Hokage, and the others who are more suitable candidates in her mind. Akaban sighed slightly when he saw her passing by. "Forget it, I'll go help find a few." If he really let her do it all by herself, he will feel a little bad for her. Akaban thought for a while who to find, and thought of Uchiha Ryo. He is a great actor for Uchiha Sasuke. Of course. The other reason is that Uchiha Ryo is easy to find. Every time the comic is updated, Uchiha Ryo will go to the comic shop to buy the latest volume and buy a large stack at the same time. As long as he waits at the shop, he can find him sooner or later, which he just needs to wait for his arrival. Sure enough. Not long after the end of ninja school, a silhouette appeared in Akaban's sight. 10 manga. Uchiha Ryo walked to the shop and said, after which he dropped 1,000 tiles. "Okay, I'll prepare it for you right away." Kurama Yunlang answered, and immediately went to prepare the manga. Akaban smiled and pulled a stool over, and said to Uchiha Ryo, "We are all old classmates. Don't be so indifferent when you come to my store. Just sit down and chat." Uchiha Ryo looked at him, coldly snorted, and said, "We have nothing to talk about." "Well, it is like this, I am going to have a comic show. You may not know what a comic show is, so I will explain. A comic show is where everyone can play the role of the character on the comic. It's also a place where people can sell their handmade manga statues or fan art. Now are you interested?" Akaban ignored his expression and explained to himself. Uchiha Ryo was very moved when he heard it, but when he glanced at Akaban's face, he immediately said, "No, I am not interested at all." "Really, that's a pity." Unfortunately, there was a surprise at the end. Akaban sighed and continued, "It seems that there is no way, but I can only find someone else to play Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Ryo's eyes widened hearing Sasuke's name, and finally couldn't help but say, "It is actually not impossible. Then it's happily cooperation." Uchiha Sasuke get. A smile appeared on Ikeban's face and thought. The next morning, as soon as Ikeban woke up, he was called to the Hokage building by the third Hokage and immediately went out after eating. In the Hokage building inside the third Hokage office. You call for me, Hokage-sama? He asked the moment he entered. Tsunade said, you are going to do a comic exhibition. Rather than answering him, the third Hokage asked him a question instead and exhaled the smoke out of his mouth. Yes, the Land of Waves plot is near over, just in time for the latest volume. Ikeban said. It's okay to hold a comic exhibition. I can also give you the venue for free, but I hope you can remove the entrance fee. The third Hokage said with a cigarette pipe on his mouth. You have to talk to Tsunade about it, not me. Ikeban dare not agree. With how wild Tsunade's temperament is, especially when it comes to money, since she always lost on her gamble, he didn't dare to agree. Or else maybe tomorrow his shop will get demolished by her first if she knows about it. I hope everyone who likes manga can enter the venue. I think this is definitely a good thing for you. The third gave him a rational analysis and continued, more than that, the daimyo will also come to participate. The daimyo, too? Don't kidding me. Ikeban was surprised. Daimyo's location is so far away from Konoha, so how can he attend an exhibition that wouldn't interest him that much, right? It is true. The third Hokage ascertained. Hearing the third confirmation that it's really true, Ikeban didn't react for a while. The third also didn't say anything and just continued smoking through his pipe. If that's true, then did you invite the daimyo? When Ikeban thought about it carefully, he finally understood everything instantly. The third Hokage invited the daimyo to turn his comic exhibition into an official event, so as to restore the relationship of Konoha with the daimyo. For Ikeban, all of this is profitable and harmless to him, but the only problem is Tsunade. About Tsunade, I will not treat her badly and talk to her about it. Don't worry. Well, that's okay, I'll leave first. When Ikeban heard what the Hokage said, he suddenly felt something troublesome was about to happen, so he immediately tried to excuse himself. However, the third Hokage hit the table using his tobacco pipe. He sighed and said, you don't have to go back in hurry, you know we're not done yet. Then just tell me, what do you want me to do? Ikeban was helpless. It was originally a comic exhibition to unify his comic fans, promote the comic culture in the way, and also to make his readers familiar with the new comic that he was planning to publish at a later date. As a result, he didn't expect the third Hokage to come up with this operation to using his comic exhibition. I heard from Danza that you transformed Death Mirage Jutsu into an illusory domain and you called it Guardian of the Hidden Leaf. The third Hokage asked with a smile on his face. Do you want daimyo to experience it himself, but also hope to reduce the pain they receive and treat this illusory domain as a game? Ikeban instantly understood what he wanted him to do when he heard it. Yes. The third Hokage nodded. In fact, it's actually very simple. You find a genjutsu expert from Konoha, and I will teach him how to do it. Ikeban suggested in an eager voice. It's because I couldn't find someone that can do it, so I came to you. Sarutabi Hiruzen replied in a very melancholy voice, admitting that the majority of people in the village are not as good as a child, which is really not an easy task for Hokage to admit. It's not like he didn't try, it's just that no one really can do it since even Danza's experiment failed and no one in Anbu can do it. Okay, but I have the conditions. Since he really can't refuse him, it's better to gain something than losing. Since there is no benefit in this area, we can only start from other places. What benefits do you want? Hearing it, the third Hokage sighs in relief. He stares at Akaban and lightly reminded him, don't go too far. Don't worry, it's not that difficult of a request. When the time comes for the Chunin exams, I hope I can take a caravan when we go there. Akaban said. In the land of wind. The third Hokage looks thoughtful. There are really not many caravans coming from land of fire to land of wind. He measured the gains and losses, and finally nodded his head and promised, yes, but you can only take books. I understand. Akaban nodded his head, receiving the Hokage acknowledgement. Although bringing a book was just his second purpose for asking for a caravan, it still went smoothly. With agreement being reached, Akaban went out and met Tsunade. Hey, what did the old pervert call you for? Tsunade came over and asked in a low voice. Hearing what she said made Akaban's expression stagnant for a moment, and getting back his bearing, he looked around awkwardly. There must be Anbu nearby, right? Besides, there is still the ninjutsu third Hokage. So although no Anbu heard her, the old should know it. What the hell? Don't stand there like an idiot and tell me. Tsunade is a little anxious. Could it be that he didn't want us to continue our exhibition? This is not true. On the contrary, he is very supportive. Akaban coughed and explained. Really? Well, it doesn't really matter, I will understand it when I go in and ask. Then Tsunade smiled and said, bragging. Right now, I already finished choosing roles for our casts, and everything is ready. Really? That's great of you. Then I will go back to the store for detailed discussions. I may not know, maybe Yamano-san has already sent manga over. Akaban said and waved his goodbye. The place at Hokage Building is definitely bad news for him. If he stayed there even for just a minute, he will definitely regret staying. Mentioning Yamano-san and so on was just an excuse so Tsunade will let him go. Okay, let's talk about it later. Tsunade didn't feel anything wrong, so she waved her hand energetically. Akaban sighed slightly. Seeing her this energetic definitely made him happy, but her future is not really that good. That made him sigh. Forget it, go back first and rest for a while. While walking, Akaban suddenly thought of Shin-Yui. That kid definitely has a chance to learn his illusory domain. Akaban sighed thinking about it. It seemed he was fooled by the Hokage, or they didn't know the kid's potential. In Konoha, apart from the older generation of the Kurama clan, I am afraid that only the Uchiha or Shin-Yui can have a certain possibility. He sighed with emotion, his eyes looking around his surroundings. But he didn't expect to see a familiar face. The Yui family is a small clan of Konoha. Akaban walked back to the street where the manga was paved and just passed by Shin-Yui's home coincidentally. Over there. Akaban noticed and saw him on the roof of the tallest house in their manor. A little boy stood in a high place, looking down from above, staring at everyone passing by on the street. He is observing. Akaban thought. Shin-Yui looked down and saw Akaban on the street. In fact, if he doesn't pay attention, it's really hard to notice him, because Akaban, who is more than 10 years old, is too short. The next second, he ran down the wall and arrived in front of Akaban. Akaban, are you looking for me? The moment he ran down, he asked directly. Sure enough, he is studying people's emotions and expressions. Yes, remember what I said before? Akaban faintly smiled and asked. Yes, stronger spiritual energy, control, and finer illusory domain. Xinyue nodded and said, "This is roughly what I mean. Do you want to experience for yourself about my illusory domain? Can I?" Hearing Akaban offers surprise Xinyue. As a genjutsu researcher, Xinyue is of course very eager to experience the so-called perfect illusion for himself. "Then let's find a more suitable place," Akaban said with a smile. "Okay, let's go to my house," Xinyue said politely and went to open the gate. Akaban followed behind. He followed after entering the door, and the two arrived inside the house of Xinyue. After sitting down, Akaban explained the principle of the illusion to him first. The essence of genjutsu is to disrupt chakra flow and cause problems with the ninja sense. Yes. Just like what you know about the death mirage jutsu. It can see people's fears and see the most terrifying scenes they didn't want to experience. After researching it carefully and understanding the principle of disruption of the chakra flow, then based on it, I control and change, then create my own illusion from it and use it on. Akaban explained. Of course. Speaking of research, in fact, it's all a lie since he didn't do any of those. But what he said was definitely authentic. Even the top genjutsu user in Naruto will agree with what he said. What he knew was of course thanks to his system that can imprint knowledge about the jutsu he redeemed. Xinyue sank into contemplation, and then said annoyedly, "I'm afraid it needs Kurama clan's 5 senses to control to do it perfectly, right? The 5 senses are also a part of the illusory domain. Without the 5 senses that control the target's sense inside the illusion, it's not truly perfect at all. I want a real and perfect illusory domain if I can do it." Akaban didn't sugarcoat his words and said, "However, you are only qualified to pursue a higher domain when you reach this step. The 5 senses illusion, in fact, Kurama clan is not the only one who can do it. For example, infinite darkness jutsu, that affects vision. As long as he does more research, one day he will be able to grasp genjutsu, which affects the 5 senses without needing to use the 5 sense control. Kurama clan's strongest thing is to turn illusory domain into reality, and this is the core of their Kekii Genkai." Xinyue looked thoughtful, hearing what Akaban said, which in fact made sense, then nodded his head and asked, "I understand, please do it." "Okay, then I use the technique. Illusory domain." Not long after, Xinyue fell into the illusory domain. He looked towards the distance. The incomparable gigantic demon fox roared towards the sky. "What is that?" He was shocked for a moment, and when he saw the demon fox continuously ejecting energy bombs, and every attack had an extremely powerful impact. Although it didn't come at him, all this has a very real feeling to it. For a moment, he even suspected that this was reality. Suddenly, bang! With a loud noise, a tailed bomb was shot near his location. The terrible chakra was scattered and everything was destroyed in an instant. Xinyue was caught on the impact, which made him feel pain all over his body. In the next second, he opened his eyes and saw Akaban in front of him. The illusion is lifted. Xinyue is slightly in a trance. If Akaban has just used Kekii Genkai's ability on him, he will definitely die. Because for a few seconds, he felt like he was going to die. Once even the practitioner himself believes it, then the success rate of turning fictitious into reality will inevitably increase. But obviously, Akaban didn't use this ability on him. Think carefully about it. You are very talented in genjutsu, so you will definitely be able to do it. Akaban slightly said with a smile and got up to leave. Thank you, Akaban. While Shinyai was excited, he was also very moved. They really didn't talk with each other when they were still in the academy. So he didn't expect Akaban to be such an amazing person. Old man, what do you mean by that? In the Hokage building office, Tsunade with no trace of politeness clenched her fists and slammed them against the desk. I will compensate for the money and materials. The third Hokage hurriedly comforted her so as not to suffer a disaster on his desk. Compensation my ass, this is not what it's supposed to be. Does Daimyo know about comics? Why does it matter if a princess comes? Tsunade angrily said, besides, do you know how much I can make at one time? Tsunade, money is good for negotiation, let's talk about your grandma's side. Seeing that he can't persuade the raging Tsunade, the third Hokage resorts to using her grandma, Mito Uzumaki, to suppress her. But alas, instead of being scared of mentioning her grandma, what he saw in the face of the young Tsunade was sneer which she is proud of. Seeing her proud face from the mention of her grandma, the third Hokage knows that it's not good for him. HMPH, so now you want to use grandma to make me back down, huh? Well, sorry for you, but my grandma will also participate in this comic exhibition and she will play the role of Haku. Tsunade proudly said with her eyes glistening, seeing how shocked her teacher is. Nani? Lady Mito, as Haku. Beautiful scenes emerged in the minds of the third Hokage about Haku, but due to his respect for his elders, he didn't dare to have any evil thoughts at all. But suddenly remembering what entails made him froze for a while and thought this is going to be really troublesome. In front of Akaban, the third Hokage is full of confidence in persuading Tsunade, because he knows that Uzumaki Mito will limit Tsunade's money, plus she is someone who understands the overall situation, and will certainly help himself persuade Tsunade. But his plan cannot keep up with the unexpected changes that happen. The third Hokage was momentarily confused. He quickly took a puff of smoke to suppress his shock. As far as I know, Daimyo and the prince are really a fan of Akaban. He carefully thought about it, and after pondering for a while, he could only start with the comic itself since it's the main reason for his problem. Really? Tsunade is really surprised after hearing it. It's incredible enough that Daimyo and the princess know about the comics, but being a fan is a little bit hard to believe for her. Well, the Daimyo ordered the surrounding printing houses to help to print the comics for this reason. No wonder the printing is so fast now. Tsunade immediately understood. With such a large amount, relying on the printing equipment attached to Yamano-san factory, it is impossible to print so many comics books in one day. It turned out that the Daimyo helped out. This can be explained why. But these alone cannot make Tsunade change her mind, since her money is the one that is on the line here. Then the third Hokage continues to throw conditions. As for the money issue, I will compensate for it according to the number of people on that day, while the internal sales of items in the comic exhibition do not need to be free. Tsunade thought about it, although a little reluctant. But since she knew that it's the best her teacher could promise, she said, since teacher said so, what else can I say? Tsunade coldly snorted. She waved and turned around, then left the office without any politeness at all, since this condition is barely acceptable. I think Tsunade right now should be angry and already destroyed a table or two on the Hokage office. Akaban thought to himself, thinking about the headache the third Hokage will receive after meeting Tsunade. He didn't really want to deal with the angry tigress right now, knowing what's going to happen in the third Hokage building. So instead of thinking about her, he focused on his points. 4716. 4 digits, not many but also not little. Although it's a shame for the Jonins to be away from the village due to the upcoming Chunin exams, or else it will double. Forget it, let's exchange it for attributes first. Akaban continued walking while controlling the panel of his system. He hasn't redeemed attributes for a long time, and right now he has 40 physical points and 78 spiritual energy points. After thinking about it, he directly exchanged 10 points for physique and 7 points for spiritual energy. And his overall stats is currently 50 physique and 85 spiritual energy. Unfortunately, I am short of 200 points, otherwise 90 would be more perfect. Akaban sighed. Although he is not a patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, he always feels better looking at whole numbers. Boys, quickly unload the book. Ha! Yamano-san is here. Akaban, hearing a familiar voice, hurried his step towards his shop location. Mr. Yamano, you finished it so quickly. Arriving at the comic shop, he saw Yamano-san directing the workers to unload the goods at the door. Ha ha ha, this time the volume is really big, we almost have no time to ship today. Each book is half thicker than before so that it overlaps 2 pallets. Izumi Yamano's ability to rush to produce in such a short time shows that the printing ability of the team they cooperate with is strong. He commanded the others as he spoke, and after a while, he turned around and said to Akaban again, but the time is really rushed, and the amount may not be as much as before. It's okay, let's get a part first. When you go back, remember to add bonuses to the workers. I will pay this part of the money. Akaban laughed and said. Then it is very good, everyone is really exhausted this period of time. Izumi Yamano said happily. The number of cooperation between the two has increased, and each other is more beneficial to each other. That's why Akaban invited them for dinner. On one hand, everyone was really having a hard time at this period of time. While on the other hand, he did not bring the posters he prepared for the One Piece and comic exhibition. He slightly smiled, and suddenly thought of the comic exhibition to be held in a few days, and said to Izumi Yamano, Yamano-san, our village will hold a comic exhibition in a few days. If you are interested, you can come and visit. Comic exhibition. What is that? Yamano Izumi tilted his head in confusion since it's his first time hearing that kind of term, while Kurama Yunlane, who was watching on the side, also looked over. Comic exhibition. Never heard of it. You can imagine it as a comic character show, and there are also some special projects on the comic exhibition. Akaban slightly smiled and said, except for the goods that need to be bought, the rest are free. Free. After hearing this, Izumi Yamano was slightly happy, and immediately nodded and promised, of course it's good. I will give everyone a vacation that day. Oh. Have you heard it? With everyone working hard, he invited us for dinner later, and the factory manager also gives everyone a holiday. In an instant, the people who were working unloading the book suddenly erupted hearing the news. Young master, I also want to take a holiday. Kurama Yunlane hesitated for a while but still talked. You don't have to take a holiday. That day you have to help me sell the goods in the show. Akaban said with a smile. Ha! Kurama Yunlane was stunned for a moment and then nodded without understanding what he means. On the other side. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade went directly out to the mountain, ready to talk to Orochimaru about the comic exhibition. As a result, when she was about to enter the forest, she noticed a strange bird on the bathhouse overlooking the hot spring from the roof. Bird. But why is it weird? she thought. Tsunade slightly frowned. It's not that this bird looks strange, it's just that she has an urge to catch the strange bird the moment her eyes spotted it. Is this Jiraiya? As soon as she thought about it, she immediately understood what this strange feeling was. Every time she sees Jiraiya doing something stupid, she has the urge of beating him. Now, this bird gives her the same feeling. I am still worried that he is in a bad mood from what happened yesterday, but here he is hiding in the bathhouse to do such disgraceful things. Comprehending everything, Tsunade instantly became angry. Unforgivable. She jumped up and rushed to the roof. The bird saw Tsunade jump up and was so frightened that it immediately fled to the other side of the roof. It's not flying. Sure enough, Jiraiya is really an idiot. Tsunade speeds up abruptly, seeing how the bird moves, and with the use of her chakra, she arrives at its side in an instant. One punch. Bang. The bird receiving her attack flew out of the roof and finally hit a big tree outside the bathhouse. What's the sound? I don't know, it seems to come from outside. Women, girls, kid, and grandma that was chatting inside the bathhouse immediately clamored to hear a disturbance outside. Tsunade, who saw that, immediately used a hand sign and completely disappeared on the rooftop. Outside the bathhouse, Jiraiya breathed heavily, temporarily unable to move even a little bit, and he felt his bones broken again. Damn airport, using so much strength that broke my bones again. Hearing his complaint, Tsunade suddenly appeared with a not-so-good complexion ready to butcher some pig. Is it that strong? Tsunade asked with a sneer, and chakra surging on her body. No. No. I'm going to die if I got hit again, you bastard. Jiraiya was so scared that his face turned pale, and he immediately used Earth Style after leaving a curse wanting to run. But bang! With a loud sound, Tsunade first directly cleaved the ground into two that made Jiraiya jump out of the earth before it reached him with new injuries on his body due to the impact. What kind of technique is this? I surrender, please don't kill me. Seeing how Tsunade charging another chakra on her fist with her enhanced strength, Jiraiya shivered with fright and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. You're really shameless, she angrily said. But although she wanted to beat him to a pulp, her intentions vanished when she saw him kneeling while begging. She took a deep breath and said, "You can't peek at them taking a bath anymore." No problem. Jiraiya immediately agreed. But he secretly thought in his heart, I won't peek anymore, I will just take inspiration for my work. You have to play Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade made another request. What? Why should I act that kind of idiot? Jiraiya said, dissatisfied. Do you want to be beaten? Please let me play as Uzumaki Naruto. She is too terrifying, she can now use chakra enhanced strength all over her body. In front of the manga shop, Jiraiya was wrapped in gauze and was complaining with a look of horror in his face, remembering what he experienced earlier. Akaban, who was at his side, nodded his head in realization hearing Jiraiya. How did she find you? How do I know? I was just enjoying myself when suddenly I was punched by her that made me fly. Then I used Earth Style to run from her, but she suddenly appeared and cleaved the ground apart and it almost killed me. Jiraiya's body continued trembling when he recalled it. She doesn't seem to be serious. Akaban looked thoughtful. If Tsuna really uses her full strength, Jiraiya would be dead now. She is too terrifying. Jiraiya muttered, it seems that this time the shadow is deeper than last time. Who told you to go to the bathhouse? Akaban curled his lips and asked. It was you who did it. I wouldn't go to the bathhouse if you didn't set my Kyutaku as a man. Jiraiya complained angrily. Akaban raised his brow slightly and thought, can I also hit him? Jiraiya, you don't have to say it like that. Kurama Yunlane immediately started to talk and preached to him. After getting along with both of them, he could already observe part of Akaban's expression and can understand what it means. For example, right now. That said, this comic is for you so you can recover fast. Akaban patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Ah, it hurts, damn, you did it on purpose. Jiraiya's ribs and arms were injured. So with Akaban patting him, this immediately made him cry in pain. Do you think some comics can heal me? Jiraiya shook his head in disdain, but although his mouth said it with disdain, his hand on the other hand is being honest, which takes the comic from Akaban. He currently has one hand to use, but it's enough for him to read the comics. Sharingan again. But he can only use 4 or 5 ninjutsu. I think he might be stronger if he removed his Sharingan. Jiraiya relentlessly complained. In a sense, Kakashi using ordinary Sharingan is indeed better without using his Sharingan. Akaban slightly smiled hearing his comments. It seems that after his training on Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya's strength and vision have improved a lot. You're really a fool. I heard that you were beaten to death by Tsunade. But I didn't expect you were here reading comics instead of getting stronger. At this time, an indifferent voice coming from the roof was heard. And the next second, Orochimaru suddenly appeared in front of the shop like a ghost. Ha! Akaban was slightly surprised. With his spiritual strength being high, he can distinguish subtle differences coming from Orochimaru. He just hasn't seen him in a few days, but Orochimaru has become clearly stronger, and his temperament has also clearly undergone a dramatic change. He used to be lonely, but not indifferent. But now, his temperament is a bit cold. Did he meet the snake and signed a contract? Akaban thought in his heart. Damn Orochimaru, where have you been during this time? I plan to take my revenge after coming back from training but didn't see you. Although Jiraiya said that, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was a little worried. It's nothing, I just found a place to train and do some research, but you on the other hand really embarrass yourself. Orochimaru laughed while looking at Jiraiya, and didn't hold back mocking him. Well, he reaps what he has sown, don't worry about him. Akaban shook his head and said. That said, I heard that you vowed to never take a peek at the bathhouse again. It's really a shame. Orochimaru sneered. In fact, his original intention was probably to care about Jiraiya's injury, but seeing that Jiraiya was okay, he changed back to his original style. Jiraiya was so angry that his ear emitted smoke hearing the two, but looking at his bandaged body, he knew that he can't do anything to them. After all, it was indeed him who was beaten by Tsunade. Ignoring Jiraiya, Orochimaru entered the shop and said please bring me one each copy from the 3rd volume to the 6th of the comics. I haven't read it for a long time, but it already has more volume than I expected. Okay. Kurama Yunlane expertly picked out the few remaining comics from the shelf and collected the 3 to 6 volumes. Receiving it, Orochimaru gives the right amount of money and starts reading it from the 3rd volume, neither slow nor hurried after taking a seat near the two. Orochimaru, the Land of Waves plot is very good, let me tell you, Mist Ninja will appear later. Jiraiya said with a smirk on his face, clearly thinking of something bad. Spoiler dog. Akaban glanced over, planning to stop Jiraiya. However, Orochimaru sat there with a look of indifferent expression. Jiraiya on the other hand kept spoiling Orochimaru about the plot of the story, but Orochimaru didn't react at all. He was just sitting there unperturbed by what Jiraiya was doing, and indulged himself in the plot of the comic. Orochimaru, did you listen to me? Jiraiya couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Orochimaru didn't react as he expected. Orochimaru didn't react. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Idiot, can't you hear me? Jiraiya shouted 3 times, but Orochimaru still ignored him. He finally determined that Orochimaru had somehow blocked the outside noise in some way. Hateful. Seeing this, Ikeban sighed and said with a smile on his face, Jiraiya, if you are so bored, why don't I put you on my illusion to experience something good? Hearing Ikeban and seeing his harmless smile made Jiraiya shivered and made him stutter. Don't. I suddenly remember that I need to change the dressing for my injury, so I will go now. Jiraiya immediately fled in fear. He knows that if Ikeban cast an illusion on him, he will experience something more terrible inside it. After Jiraiya ran away, Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, he is an idiot. You sure are also patient enough to be spoiled like that without refuting it. Ikeban said with emotion. As for blocking the sound, there is nothing like that at all. Orochimaru just pretended not to hear. Jiraiya is just like that, making him think that he didn't succeed, is the best counterattack for him. Orochimaru lightly said with a smile, go for a walk. Ikeban froze for a moment. It seems that Orochimaru came here not only to see Jiraiya but also to find himself deliberately. He was stunned for a moment, and then laughed and said, let's go. The location they stopped in is the periphery of the Forest of Death. Not many people come here due to its name. Ikeban and Orochimaru slipped to this side. Orochimaru didn't talk on their way to the forest. It seems that they are really just taking a stroll. However, unconsciously, the two have already used Shadow Clone Jutsu. The main body continues to wander around, wandering elsewhere, while the Shadow Clone transforms and ventures into the forest. Talking to smart people is simple. Ikeban, do you have something to do with root training? Orochimaru's Shadow Clone whispered. Root, sure enough, you worked with Danza. Ikeban also lowered his voice and answered. Orochimaru's clone nodded and fell silent again. They walked into the forest and seemed to be thinking, but their eyes kept looking around. After walking for a long time, he took out an item from his arms. This is the scroll of the white snake. The day I returned from the land of Uzumaki, I met the white snake in front of my parents' grave. Orochimaru said. Why tell me this? Ikeban doesn't quite understand. Although he has a good relationship with Orochimaru, it was nothing more than that. Not something that they can exchange important information like this. Orochimaru was silent for a moment and said, Danza is a poisonous snake. If you work with him, you must take the risk of getting bitten at any time. Oh. Although we are weak now and not worthy of being used by him, there will come a day and there will be the possibility of being bitten back. So I want to cooperate with you. Orochimaru indifferently said. So that's how it is. Although it is Shadow Clone, it is actually not very different from the main body. The communication between the two will be fed back to the true body after they get released. Ikeban closed his eyes and thought, and after a moment he said, Danza knows that I modified Death Mirage Jutsu, so I guess you are the one who gave him that info. Yeah. Orochimaru was not surprised, and apologized, sorry, I disclosed your information privately. This is my fault. Nothing, it's just a small matter. Akaban shook his head lightly. Teacher made a deal with Danza. 1 year later, the teacher will take you, and I will learn from Danza. Orochimaru continued. Similar to my guess. Very well, then I will relay today's information. Nodding his head, the two of them cancel the clone at the same time. I haven't fought with you for a long time, I really want to see how much progress made. Orochimaru said as he stopped on his track, clearly receiving the feedback from his clone. Forget it. Akaban waved his hand, shook his head, and said, it's too tiring to fight with you, so I'll pass. Well, to be honest, I am not confident that I can beat you. Orochimaru chuckled softly. The two have a tacit understanding, and each waved goodbye after playing their role. This time, they met because they wanted to determine whether they were still friends or enemies. So what they talked about right now was just to confuse the one who was watching their movement. And with their clones reaching an agreement without their observer noticing, the two immediately left and said goodbye to each other. For the cooperation of intercommunication information between the two of us, although Danza will not start with me now, I can now know in advance what he wants to do if I become abnormal in his eyes thanks to Orochimaru. But Akaban returned to the comic shop, found a place to sit, and closed his eyes and thought. Can I believe him? If Orochimaru wants to cheat him, then this kind of transaction will be fatal. Young master, what are you thinking about? Kurama Yunlane feels a little strange. Since coming back, Akaban's expression is weird, making him a little worried. It's nothing, I'm thinking about a lot of things. Akaban got up and stretched. For the time being, everything is fine right now, so I shouldn't have to worry too much about it, at least for this year. Then He was about to go home but saw Inuzuka Ishii and Hatake Sakumo coming together to his shop with a nindog on their head. Akaban, I didn't expect you to be here today. Sakumo said with a slight smile on his face, which is rare. Inuzuka Ishii hesitated for a moment, and finally called, Akaban. Taking your dog in a team. Each of them having a ninja dog, especially the nindog of Sakumo named Kenma, and seeing Akaban, it raised its head and barked as if to say hello, while the other dog just looked at him ignorantly. Akaban, I heard about the last time. I'm sorry. Sakumo was about to continue but Inuzuka Ishii bowed and apologized first. Akaban froze for a moment, and then he shook his head and said, you don't have to worry about it since I already forgot about it. When Ishii ran after seeing the Uchiha being written on his comics, he didn't really take to his heart. Seeing that Akaban didn't really care about it, Sakumo sighs and said, one for each. I haven't bought this for a long time. Sakumo glanced at the price, then put out 300 tiles. This time it is very thick, so the charge is a little higher. Kurama Yunlane was afraid that they might misunderstand, so he immediately explained. I understand. Sakumo took a copy, then sat at the door and began reading it. Enma is sitting on the top of his head. Its eyes are staring at the comic, also reading it like Sakumo, and then it looks at Akaban from time to time. This ninja dog IQ is not as high as Pakin of Kakashi, that not only can speak human language, but also can understand it. But it's clearly more intelligent than an average nindog. Such a wide range of fog hiding jutsu. Sakumo was slightly startled and mumbled, can it really be done? Yes, I have met a mist shinobi who can use a fog and concealment technique larger than what we have encountered before. However, the larger the range, the more chakra will be consumed. Akaban explained, then laughed and continued, For example, in the comics, if your cheap son uses this kind of technique at this level, although he can copy it due to his Sharingan, but due to its large chakra consumption, your son will definitely go coma for running out of chakra or at worst die. What do you mean, my cheap son? Isn't it set by you yet? Sakumo froze slightly, resisting the urge to hit someone. So exhaustion of chakra can lead to death. Inuzuka Ishi muttered to himself. This amount of chakra is probably not as good as Chunin. Can this level be regarded as Jonin? But thinking about Kakashi's performance before, he feels it is really possible. Too miserable, right? Inuzuka Ishi is a little worried. It would be pitiful for Sakumo to have this little chakra right. Don't look at me like that, I have no problem with chakra. Even though Sakumo is a guy who is not easily angered, he couldn't help being angry at this moment, although it's just a comic. He looked at Akaban badly. After these few plots, Hatake clan's chakra may become the laughing stock of the whole village. Actually, there are reasons, Sharingan. Akaban smiled and explained. He has studied Sakumo. Sakumo's chakra is not too much, but it can barely be ranked in the middle of peers. Who will believe you? Sakumo said, then turned his head and continued to read the plot behind. Speaking of which, the Hatake clan has a good relationship with our clan. Kakashi should have his own nindog. Akaban, you made a mistake. Inuzuka Ishi seems to have caught the key point suddenly and said with a smug smile. Dogs will not be affected by the fog. Akaban slightly smiled hearing it but didn't reply since he didn't want to spoil the story like Jiraiya. It shouldn't be, he knew I had nindog before. Sakumo finished speaking and turned to another page. His eyes and reaction speed are so fast that he finishes reading a page within a few seconds, then turns to the next page. A few minutes later, Sakumo finally saw the last page. Off tilde. Suddenly, Enma that was in Sakumo's head suddenly barks, and it becomes restless on his head. Sakumo froze for a moment, then put him down and said with a smile while stroking its fur, "Don't worry, I only have one of you. I won't have so many like this smelly brat." In the picture, Kakashi releases summoning jutsu, summoning 8 nindog. It's really a nindog with intelligence. Akaban seeing how Enma reacted was a little surprised, although he guessed it earlier that it has intelligence, but knowing the truth and guessing it is a completely different thing. It's a bunch of ninja dog. Inuzuka Ishi said triumphantly after recognizing the last page. Their clan professionally raised nindog, and ninja dog is their signature. Akaban looked at Ishi, then looked towards the dog that was on his head. He looked thoughtful for a moment and asked, "Your nindog also saw the picture? But why didn't it react? Is it because it's stupid, or Sakumo's Enma is just intelligent?" "What do you mean stupid? Iwamaru is also very smart, but it is a relatively mild dog breed, and Enma is a very fierce dog breed." Inuzuka Ishi explained angrily. In terms of knowledge about ninja dog, their clan is obviously the most authoritative. Akaban nodded, and hurriedly asked again, "Is there any kind of smart dog breed that can speak and read? It's best not to be too weak and take care." Inuzuka Ishi just thought it was funny, but when Akaban got more and more serious, cold sweat began to ooze from his forehead. "Akaban, what you need is not nindog, but a human," Sakumo coldly said. Akaban was stunned as if the conditions were indeed excessive. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Then what about someone who can speak and read?" There are indeed many individuals with high IQ nindog, but they generally require long-term training. and it's not very suitable as a fighting dog, so we don't raise such a dog in the clan. Inuzuka, she said after hesitating for a while. It turned out to be like this. Akaban dismissed the idea of raising a ninja dog after hearing that it need himself to raise it when he was tired enough to take care of his clone. But thinking about it, he couldn't help sigh. If he wants good fortune like the Sanin, a ninja dog was not needed. Inuzuka, she talked for a long time, but he didn't see Sakumo talking anymore. Instead, he was in a daze, and asked curiously, "Sakumo, why didn't you turn the page?" "Well, this jutsu." Sakumo pointed to Reikiri with a thoughtful look. "What's wrong?" Inuzuka, she is a little confused. Is this jutsu weird? When Akaban saw what Sakumo was looking at, he immediately said, "Reikiri is a technique I envisioned, but unfortunately I don't have lightning attributes, so I can't experiment with it and can only draw it in my comics. This technique has to be very difficult to achieve because it needs to have lighting attributes while also maintaining its shape at the same time." Sakumo said. "Yes, it needs to take into account both shape transformation and nature transformation at the same time." Shape transformation. Sakumo looked thoughtful hearing Akaban. He closed the comic and sank into contemplation. "What are you thinking?" Sakumo got up and continued to walk the dog, ignoring Inuzuka Ashi, who was worried. He put away the comics that he hadn't finished reading, and hurriedly followed Sakumo. "That technique is achievable in a certain sense," Sakumo muttered, then continued, "but I am afraid that an average person can't control it." "What do you mean?" "I heard that Uchiha's eyes can capture the trajectory of high-speed motion. Ninjutsu such as Reikiri needs to be cooperated with Sharingan to make powerful damage if used. In a short period of time, Hatake Sakumo has already deduced Reikiri in his mind. The pros and cons, how to make up for it, etc. He has analyzed quite a lot of it in a short time. The more he understands, the more he admires Akaban. It's amazing. I can come up with such a perfect ninjutsu just thinking about it." Inuzuka Ashi is very envious. It is quite remarkable to write such a well-founded ninjutsu based on imagination. In comparison, he is too bad. "She, don't be too upset, your talent is not in these areas," Sakumo comforted. Inuzuka Ashi's combat innate talent is not strong, so he is assigned to a relatively weak team and has been doing basic training and missions. But compared with a genius like Sakumo, even the average genius will be frustrated. "Thank you for your comfort." Inuzuka Ashi answers in a depressed mood. Hearing the odd voice of his nin dog, he touches the wailing Iwamaru on his head to comfort it. Iwamaru is too gentle and not suitable for fighting just like him, which made his mood lighten a little seeing how Iwamaru comforting him. "I'll go back to the clan first, I suddenly had some thoughts about the jutsu just now," Sakumo said apologetically. "It's okay, I should take Iwamaru back," Inuzuka Ashi said with a smile. "UN." Sakumo nodded. He turned his head and walked in the other direction. But if someone looks carefully at him right now, they will notice an electric light coming from his hand, albeit weak. Sakumo's chakra attribute is also lightning attribute. Reikiri itself is not suitable for me, but a change may be possible, Sakumo thought to himself. Copying what's on the comic is just a test. But according to Akaban's description and deduction, he feels that Reikiri has evolved from another more basic form, which is his goal to achieve. Having a good foundation for the technique is the most important in a technique for it to evolve smoothly. Reikiri, forget it, This technique is not suitable for me, it's useless to be greedy. Akaban shook his head. As S-rank ninjutsu, it requires very high points. If it's just a point problem, he can accumulate and wait for a while, but at the same time, Akaban knows very well that he is actually not suitable for this kind of high-speed spur ninjutsu. Young master, do you want Sakumo to practice this ninjutsu? Kurama Yunlang asked curiously. Based on his knowledge of Akaban, he would not say so much if it hadn't had a certain purpose. Sakumo is not someone who does follow the script, so he will create his own version of Reikiri for sure. Akaban slightly smiled and replied, then after a moment he continued, I'm just curious. Keikashi Reikiri, Sajuke Chidori Stream, Sharp Spear of Chidori, etc. are all other forms of changes from Chidori. Without Sharingan, can Sakumo develop a perfect Chidori that suits him? He was very curious about this. But he always feels that he has forgotten something. There seems to be something to tell Tsunade, but I can't remember it for a while. Akaban rested his chin, thinking in secret. Forget it. If I don't remember it, I don't care about it for the time being. Anyway, things I can't remember should not be that important, right? Akaban shook his head, and he stopped thinking about it. He stands up from his position and waved goodbye to Kurama Yunlang, and walked home with a heavy heart. With the end of the Land of Waves plot, his exchange list has several more exchanges. If there are enough points, he will definitely exchange everything in one go. Especially the Reikiri and Ice-style jutsu that Haku uses. But what he truly wanted to exchange was the one-handed hand seal technique that Zabuza uses, but due to its points that require a full 1000, he can only look at it from his panel. My points are too short. Akaban sighed, now the key is the attribute and chakra. Reikiri, a feasible ninjutsu. At the Hokage's office, the third Hokage moves the lens of his crystal ball jutsu away. He is thinking. Orochimaru and Akaban, he always feels that something is wrong. Sarutabi, have you seen the last paragraph of the comics? At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the third Hokage quietly covered the crystal ball with a book and asked, "What's the matter?" This ninjutsu named Reikiri is probably an achievable thrust ninjutsu. Danza opened the manga page and said differently. Whether it is the third Kage or Danza, they are masters of experts, so just seeing the comic, they feel that this is a developable ninjutsu. Let alone the third Hokage, who was peeking from his crystal, he has basically understood everything the moment he saw it. For him, who is proficient in all the attributes of ninjutsu, it will not take long to develop this ninjutsu. However, even if I try to learn it, without the help of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, I can't use it on its full power. The third Hokage calmly explained, while smoking on his pipes. Yes, the Sharingan, it's a pity, it can't be used by us. Danza's eyes were gloomy once the Sharingan was mentioned. What do you want to do? The third Hokage brows slightly wrinkled and asked sharply. It's nothing, even if you say that I still want to study it. Danza turned around and walked away slowly. Danza. The third Hokage hesitated to speak, and finally took a mouthful of smokes and said, "Don't forget our agreement, you can't do unnecessary things." "I know, I haven't looked for Orochimaru," Danza answered with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He really hasn't looked for Orochimaru, everything happened because of Orochimaru's accidental encounter that made Orochimaru look for him. In addition, after a while, the village will hold a comic exhibition, when the time comes Daimyo and the princess will also come to participate. I hope you can arrange a protection plan. The third Hokage slowly said. Comic exhibition. Danza turned his head, his tone was a little turbulent. What is that? Nothing, it's just a comic role-playing. Role-playing. Danza slightly frowned upon hearing it. It seems that the third Hokage and many people know it, but he doesn't know it at all. It seems that recently when he was busy with his route team, he had missed many events happening in the village. He coldly snorted and said dissatisfied, that kid doesn't train all day and does these unimportant things. No, these are also very important things. The third Hokage disagreed and continued. Ninja shouldn't only have mission and training, but also have a life of its own. The same goes for your route team. Protection plan. I'll do it well, I'll leave first if nothing else. Danza turned around quickly, no longer paying attention to him. The third Hokage did not stop him. After so many years of cooperation, they have been familiar with each other's temperament. It is difficult to change these aspects with simple words. He was sitting on the chair, still thinking of the Akaban and Orochimaru's suspicious movement from earlier when suddenly, Lord Hokage, Jiraiya is. At this moment, a Chunin suddenly rushed in from outside the door. What happened to Jiraiya? The third Hokage frowned and asked. He climbed up to Hokage Rock, and planned to paint the Hokage Summer F face. What is that idiot doing? What? Jiraiya climbed the Hokage Rock. Akaban was shocked when he heard the news. Didn't that kid get hit by a serious injury? Why did he climb the Hokage Rock vigorously and lively? Yes, young master. Kurama Yunlane pantingly answered. He heard the news from the comic buyers, and he rushed over immediately to report to Akaban. I'll go and see about it, while you continue to maintain the business in the store. When he left his house and went to the street, almost everyone knew the news about Jiraiya. He saw a bunch of people rushing to the Hokage Rock. What the hell did this idiot do? Akaban was dumbfounded. This almost shocked the whole village, right? After walking for a few streets, he looked up and saw the rocks in the distance. He only saw a small silhouette, waving ink painting the mountain wall on the edge of Hokage Rock, and from the traces, he could discern a portrait of Jiraiya in it. This guy is playing street graffiti at Hokage Rock, he has a big courage. Akaban muttered to himself. So far, no one has thought of garnishing the Hokage Rock, and only Naruto will dare to do it in the future. But it seems we have a caller here. In front of Hokage Rock. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Come down. The third Hokage growled angrily. Teacher, I want you to see. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen and said, my art, my progress, and me. Jiraiya, you. The third Hokage was originally very angry, but after hearing these words, his expression instantly froze. At this time, Akaban has reached below Hokage Rock. With his sense of hearing, Jiraiya's voice can be heard even if it is weak, although weak but it is enough to hear the content. Who tilde. Hearing a heavy gasp for breath, Akaban tilted his head and saw someone standing next to him. She hunched over to gasp. Jiraiya, what excited him to do it? Who knows, maybe someone touched a weakness in his heart. At this point in time, Akaban also did not know. It's just a day after the accident in the bathhouse, and Jiraiya suddenly climbed the Hokage Rock to do something stupid, so something must have happened in the middle. Someone touched him. Tsunade was stunned. What weakness in his heart? Until now, Jiraiya is carefree. Except for the last time Akaban set by as a man, she hasn't seen his mentality burst. Does such a cheerful person have psychological weaknesses too? The third Hokage pays too little attention to Jiraiya, his eyes are thinking of Orochimaru's information. Akaban held back the second half sentence. When Tsunade heard what Akaban guessed, she was stunned for a moment and looked towards the mountain wall after a few seconds. Yes. She understood instantly. Jiraiya trained hard and also kept improving, and even challenging Orochimaru, just for the third Hokage to see his progress. What an idiot. Tsunade's words are sharp and not forgiving, but her expression is soft when she says it. But if this continues, things will be troublesome. Akaban sighed. On the mountain wall at this moment, Jiraiya's portrait has already begun to take shape, which is himself. Jiraiya's work is not very good, but it is much better than Naruto's graffiti. At least everyone can recognize him at a glance. Jiraiya, you come down first. Although you don't have any graffiti on Hokage Rock, painting on the mountain wall is not allowed. The third Hokage said while smoking his pipes. He already understands the problem, but the most urgent thing is to persuade the naughty kid to come down. Teacher, look at my painting skills. Jiraiya feels very happy. For the first time, he felt that his teacher was paying attention to himself, instead of paying attention to Orochimaru. I have a good understanding of your painting skills, so let's get down first. The third Hokage sighed. Really? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment. Does the teacher know his painting skills? Very well. Akaban didn't answer, but his face was a little weird since he already knew how. In a sense, the third Hokage did not lie, but the truth is a bit messy, and it is not suitable for him to speak about it directly. But at the same time, he saw a shadow spreading from above the Hokage rock. Shadow Jutsu. Jiraiya's painting is probably not finished. Akaban laughed. It's only strange that he can perceive the shadow on his brain. The Nara clan has taken action, and it is estimated that there are also from the Yamanaka clan. Tsunade relaxed. With two clans taking action at the same time, Jiraiya will definitely be able to come down safely. But now it's time to consider another question. Hopefully, teacher can spare his life after he gets down. Tsunade sighed. The third Hokage is also guilty about it, so he will be fine. Akaban answered, then he turned and left. Connecting all what happened here, he can already guess why Jiraiya does a stupid thing like that. After deliberation, there is someone who stimulates Jiraiya like that, and I am afraid that Orochimaru is the only one who can do it. You seem to understand something. Tell me, what's going on? Tsunade caught up with him immediately. I don't know, it's just a guess. Akaban said, looking back at the mountain wall behind. Jiraiya's painting skills have improved rapidly. Tell me, even if it's just a guess, I'm curious. Tsunade jumped in front of him. I guess Jiraiya went to Orochimaru for a duel. And Orochimaru accidentally incited Jiraiya. Akaban shrugged and explained his guess. Maybe it is true. Tsunade agreed with his answer after hearing it. Orochimaru might want to help Jiraiya, but with his personality, you should know better than me. Akaban laughed and did not continue. People who look cold, trying to comfort someone will obviously have negative effects. Since they are not good at it. Tsunade sighed. Although it is just a guess, she thinks this probability is likely true. On the other hand, Orochimaru probably didn't expect that Jiraiya would do such an exaggerated thing to prove himself. Ah! Why did I get down? Not far away, Jiraiya's surprised cry came. You idiot, there must be a limit to mischief. Next time you do such an extraordinary thing, it depends on how I can deal with you. The third Hokage angrily said, Now, go and wipe your portrait clean. Okay, I'm understood. Jiraiya touched his head and sighed softly. It's gone, nothing to look at. The ninjas started to disperse the crowd forming below the Hokage rock. Jiraiya tried to lift the water, but his hand was injured and it was very difficult for him to lift it. Let's go and help. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves to go up to help, but Akaban caught her. Let's go, let third Hokage be alone with him. Ah, that's what I said. Tsunade understood what Akaban meant and didn't insist. When she looked back, she saw the third Hokage under the Hokage rock looking at Jiraiya wiping the ink he painted. Akaban walked back, but sighed in his heart. Some people are so lonely that they want to get rid of their loneliness, but another person desperately wants to get it. It feels somewhat ironic. Fortunately, for Jiraiya, he has got what he wants. By the way, Akaban, when will the comic exhibition happen? Tsunade followed up and asked. This matter is already not in our control, it depends on my teacher and the third Hokage to decide. Akaban shook his head and replied. When asked by Tsunade, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have something to tell Tsunade. After a long time of thought, divine light flashed in his mind. By the way, do you have a candidate for Uchiha Sasuke? Akaban asked. Yeah, I looked for Orochimaru and he agreed, Tsunade answered energetically. Oops. No wonder I was thinking I have forgotten something, it turned out to be this one. Akaban walked a few steps away before saying, I have called Uchiha Ryo to play Uchiha Sasuke when the time comes, I'm afraid. What? Tsunade was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a while. Well, that's the way it is. I wanted to tell you before, but I later forgot about it. Akaban had a terrible headache. When did you have such a good relationship with that Uchiha guy? Tsunade asked curiously. Since they were still at the academy, all she could see was hate from Ryo to Akaban, so she was shocked when she heard that Ryo agreed to it. It's not a good one but not also that bad I think. He often comes to my comic shop, so I think it's better for an Uchiha to play the Sasuke role, that's why I asked him, and he agreed to it. Akaban explains with half-truth and half-lies. It's because he is too lazy to find someone and happens to just think of Ryo since he is his regular customer. That's the truth. This is troublesome. Tsunade sighed. Although it's not a big problem since they can just let the other party back down, it is just too rude that it leaves a bad taste on her mouth. That's why Tsunade sighs since she didn't know what to do. Tsunade, who was thinking deeply about what solution can be used, suddenly heard Akaban's assurance. It doesn't matter, I have a solution. Akaban pondered for a moment and said. Really? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment. Although she wants to believe Akaban's words, she doubts it for a moment, because would someone as proud as Orochimaru give that role to Uchiha Ryo? No matter how you think of it, it is impossible. Yes, but it is a secret for now. Akaban slightly smiled when he said it. It seems he is not joking. Ha! Tsunade, hearing his confirmation, did not respond. When she recovered, Akaban had already left more than 10 steps away from her. Hey, where are you going? Go back and rest. Akaban waved his hand, knowing that it's now impossible to find Orochimaru. He planned to rest first and find him later. That guy fudged Jiraiya. First, he wanted to get rid of Jiraiya's entanglement, and second, he was afraid of the third Hokage crystal ball monitoring jutsu. Now, he is likely to do research somewhere. These guys are getting weirder and weirder. Tsunade looked back towards the Hokage rock and then looked at Akaban, who was leaving. Everyone has changed a lot, but... Tsunade, who was lost in her thoughts, suddenly heard a scream coming from the Hokage rock. Hey, something dropped from Jiraiya's body. A paper. Hearing it, the third Hokage moved quickly to catch the sheets of paper. In the next second she collected all of it, and when he lowered his head, what he saw made him concentrate his attention completely on it. After a long time, Jiraiya wiped away the ink stains on the rock wall and looked down, but what he saw suddenly stunned him. My painting. That's not mine. Jiraiya stuttered, trying to make an excuse. Jiraiya, although Haku is cute, there must be a limit to fantasy. The third Hokage said with a sigh, then he silently put the paintings on his sleeves and said, I have to confiscate these paintings. Teacher, no. Jiraiya wants to cry without tears hearing what his teacher said. The painting is his masterpiece that he finally put into pieces after peeking into several bathhouses to do research while also enduring Tsunade's monstrous strength when she caught him. But now his art masterpiece is gone. That made him want to cry blood. Those two perverts. Tsunade, who saw it, was instantly furious. That made her little hand clenched tightly. But the two of them are finally alone. So although angry, she didn't bother them. Sorry Jiraiya, until now, the teacher paid too little attention to you, I'm very sorry. The third Hokage touched his head and said. Orochimaru has only 1 year left before he gets transferred to Danza. So he wants to use this year to teach Orochimaru well so that Orochimaru can inherit his own ideas. But in return, Jiraiya and Tsunade were all ignored. It's nothing, I have always been helped by the sages of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and felt embarrassed. Yes, fortunately, there is Mount Myoboku. The third Hokage sighed slightly. Jiraiya is not without talent, but to be honest, even a ninja court academician like him doesn't know how to prescribe the right medicine to him. Unexpected number 1 is equally applicable to this guy. The next day. Akaban hadn't gotten up yet from his bed, and suddenly a snake came in from the wall. In an instant, he opened his eyes. The snake is not big, but it lifts its head very cleverly and highlights the letter psi. The little snake climbed onto the table, trying to be as level as Akaban, and then a voice came from the inside, Akaban, it's me. Wait, let's go out and talk. Akaban creates a shadow clone, lets the clone change into an insect, and goes out from the window to the forest. While the little snakes follow closely from behind, all the way to the forest. Seeing that there is no one around, Akaban asked, is this summoned beast? Yes, this period of time I have been studying ninjutsu related to them. The snake spits out the letter and continued to make a sound. Snake clone. Akaban slightly smiled, he lay down and asked, coming to see me in the morning, what's the matter? I heard that Jiraiya. That idiot was punished badly. Orochimaru said for a while, then sent out a sneer. Not really, but are you thinking of making trouble with the third Hokage in order to get rid of Jiraiya? Akaban looked at the snake and asked, trying his best not to laugh since he already knew the answer. Orochimaru answered helplessly, No, I just told him that if he wants the teacher to recognize him, he should take action to prove it. Then unexpectedly, he did something without you expecting it at all, right? Akaban chuckled lightly. Jiraiya in childhood is really similar to Naruto. Orochimaru didn't answer since it's very obvious, and instead said in a serious voice. By the way, Danza showed me a scroll of seals. Then he continued after a pause. It's the thing that Naruto stole that you paint on your comics. It's a copy, the real copy is only available for the third Hokage. Akaban corrected. The techniques in it are not complete. Danza should have obtained it privately. In addition, Danza recently, also deliberately gave me information about the Lord First Hokage. Orochimaru continued. Information exchange is the previous cooperation between the two parties. He sent the snake clone over to ensure maximum safety. The first Hokage information. It turned out that he was in touch with it so early. Akaban was slightly taken aback, and then he understood. Orochimaru's early research was mostly on immortality and regeneration. As a master in this area, he has already had a good deal of first Hokage research. He thought for a moment, and then said, Danza's goal is probably wood style. It fits my guess. Orochimaru agrees. Since Senju Hashirama died, Senju clan has never produced offspring that can use wood jutsu, which may be related to chakra, physique, life force, etc. Akaban continued, in addition, the later stage of research will involve. I know. Little Snake nodded and climbed down the table. By the way, do you also participate in the comic exhibition? What? It raised its head again, making a questioning voice. Tsunade invited you to play as Sasuke, but that kind of role is too naive. I have one that suits you better. Akaban's mouth raised slightly when he said, remember the first prize illustration you got? Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru's clone was stunned. It is just a painting, how can he play it? Yes, in the comic exhibition, not only the present characters but also some of the future ones, you play Uchiha Itachi just right. I refuse. Orochimaru indifferently said. Why? Akaban was taken aback. Because you harbored evil intentions, don't forget, snakes are very sensitive. Orochimaru said with a sneer. Well, I admit it. It's because Uchiha Ryo is the one who will play Sasuke, and when you play as his brother, I think his expression will be very funny if he knows that it's you. Akaban said with a smirk. Uchiha Itachi is Sasuke's big brother. Orochimaru stayed for a while, then laughed softly. Interesting, I look forward to it. After speaking, the snake disappeared after the summon ended. It didn't take long for Akaban's clone to be released on its initiative and memory returned to the main body. Fortunately, I think of this brilliant idea, he. Having Orochimaru play as Itachi, I am a genius. That kind of scene must be very interesting. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. But it seems that it is still very early now. Akaban glanced at the sky, and suddenly felt sleepy again. Since the business is done, time to sleep. It's still early in the morning, what are you doing here? Akaban groggily asked. Hey, you haven't been out for 3 days. Tsunade answered angrily. Akaban sat up and gradually became conscious of the confusion caused by his sleep. After his secret meeting with Orochimaru, he stayed at home for 3 consecutive days without going out, and he sleeps 70 to 80% of the time a day. Go to the main gate. Tsunade thought in her heart that she probably won't see Akaban this month. What's the matter? Akaban resisted getting up. It was still early in the morning that he was awakened. That made the little brother of his still standing, so he didn't dare stand up from his position. Tsunade walked upside down through the window and threw a scroll to him after she entered his room. A scroll. Confused, he opened the scroll, and several paragraphs of password text were displayed on it. Damn. It's information about the comic exhibition. Do you want to know what's written inside? Akaban couldn't help but complain while decrypting and asked Tsuna. Of course. Tsunade without the slightest hesitation answered. In the afternoon 2 days later, the time is a bit short, right? Akaban reacted when he saw the first sentence. Isn't it just acting? Tsuna retorted. She didn't quite understand what Akaban meant and asked, what does short mean anyway? Just acting. Hearing Tsuna's innocent questions made Akaban feel a headache. There are some things that need to be prepared in advance, and acting is not just the only thing you do at the comic exhibition. Akaban explained and continued, for example, posters, venue layouts, etc. Tsunade was startled for a moment, then her eyes were filled with suspicion and shock. You know you have these things to do, but here you are sleeping comfortably for 3 days straight at that. She complained incredulously. Knowing that I will be busy, I cherish my rest time even more, Akaban answered like it's a natural thing to do. Hearing his answer made Tsunade, who was about to retort him, sigh in helplessness and thought, I didn't think his laziness is to this extent. Akaban didn't care about Tsuna's exaggerated face. After his brother calmed down, he got up to change his clothes right in front of Tsuna. After doing it several times, he has been able to change clothes in front of Tsunade without changing his expression. Although doing it while still his little brother is standing is a little bit hard for him right now, since he didn't know what Tsunade's reaction would be if she saw it. Although he wouldn't be hospitalized if she beat him up with his upgraded physique, still receiving her wrath is not a good idea. Tsunade is speechless, but still, she was sitting there waiting for him to finish. She looked around at will, turning her head to look at Akaban from time to time. Speaking of which, aren't all of your clans have a weak body? Tsunade, who saw his body, couldn't help but ask curiously. This guy is obviously lazy, who didn't even train, so how can his fleshy body become stronger day by day? Yes. Akaban lightly answer. Then you. Because I am drinking deluxe every day. Akaban licked the corner of his mouth as he answered. However, Tsunade, who heard it, had a confused face, completely ignorant of what he was talking about. She hesitated and asked after a long while, what is deluxe? Well, it's milk. Akaban lied without a change in his expression. After changing his clothes, Akaban walked to his bedroom door, then looked back at Tsunade and said, let's go. Okay, I'll go outside and wait for you. Tsunade answered, then directly climbed against his window, and then in a split second, she completely disappeared. Her taijutsu is becoming stronger again. Akaban thought. A little shocked by how fast she progresses. After standing there for a while, Akaban sighed slightly and walked out of the room. Are you going out? Kurama Kiko was preparing breakfast when she heard footsteps and immediately poked her head. Yes, go out and prepare for the show. Akaban explained. Tsunade came in through the window just now, right? Kurama Kiko asked curiously, although she knew the answer. Then I'm leaving. Akaban didn't answer and immediately fled and thought. Women are really gossip creatures. Tsunade climbing the window, probably because of this situation. Akaban uttered a word from the bottom of his heart, waved his hand weakly, and left the main gate. "Let's go, everyone has been waiting for a long time," Tsunade said excitedly. "Everyone?" "The people who set up the venue, and Grandma." Seeing Akaban's puzzled expression, she had to explain. Hearing it just made Akaban more confused and asked, "A manpower is a must, that I understand, but why is Grandma Mito also there? She is probably idle, and wants to walk around." Tsunade's tone is somewhat helpless. As Ninetales Jinchuriki and the wife of Senju Hashirama, the moment she takes a move will make all the hidden villages instantly focus on her. It's no wonder. Akaban sighed, living in the village for a long time, she will naturally become an otaku after encountering otaku culture. And it's not wrong. "We will go to our family land first." The two rushed along the periphery of the forest from Kurama clan station to Senju clan. In the middle of the trip, Akaban suddenly thought of a question, as in the oldest otaku, Uzumaki Mito will also participate in the comic show, right? Seeing that he was approaching Tsunade's house, he whispered, "Just ask, what role does Grandma Mito play?" "Haku." "Haku. I understand." Fortunately, he asked it right now. Akaban secretly rejoices. After he arranged the script, it was too late if he asked about it later. He pondered, and asked, "Is there anyone playing Zabuza?" "No, I can't find a suitable candidate." Tsunade replied. "I was going to let you act temporarily." "Play temporarily?" Akaban was surprised. How can a good girl learn to overly pit peoples? Fortunately, he asks it first, otherwise, when the time comes, it would be embarrassing to play a role he didn't even know it's his role. The air suddenly fell silent, and the two rushed in silence, and no one started to talk. After a long time, he saw Senju clan right in front of his eyes. "I think teacher will play Zabuza. I don't understand water style at all," Akaban said solemnly. It's the best plan he thinks of after thinking in a short while. "Water style? Will they still use ninjutsu?" This time Tsunade was the one who was surprised when she heard the use of ninjutsu. "Well, there is a plot to play in the comic show. I plan to use the plot where Kakashi's first match against Zabuza." In the original plan, Akaban did not intend to do it grandly, since his only visitors were supposed to be just normal people and shinobi from their village. But now that Daimyo is also going to buy a ticket, how can he do it normally? And since it's the third Hokage who said he can do it however he wants, he will do it with a grandeur on it, since he wants it to be memorable, since it's the first comic exhibition in this world. And the plot is not difficult to play. It is relatively exciting in the early stage, and it is suitable for the opening ceremony performance. It is indeed a good suggestion. Tsunade's eyes shined and agreed excitedly. After that, she chatters continuously, talking about her thoughts, which resulted in her being more agitated than Akaban. At the Senju clan. "Oh! What a great proposal!" Uzumaki Mito exclaimed excitedly. The moment she heard what Akaban planned for the show from Tsunade, she immediately agreed to it. But she suddenly felt somewhat regretful. "If we do this plot, my Haku will not have a chance to show up," she said regretfully. "Grandma, if you want to play, then you can do the Sakura role," Tsunade immediately suggested, seeing how her grandma reacted. "What? Really?" Hearing her granddaughter's suggestion made Mito's eyes shine like a little child. With Uzumaki Mito's complexion being delighted, in contrast, Akaban's face suddenly turned white. He immediately started to talk to stop it, lest the situation worsens. No, we have to be one person for the opening ceremony. Mother-in-law, if you really want to play, you can wait for the opening ceremony to end and use Shadow Clone to find a stage to play. Who is Uzumaki Maito? The highest ranking existence in Konoha. If he let her play as Sakura, Sakumo who was playing as Kakashi will definitely cry tears of blood if he knew about it. Chit, you are not fun at all. Uzumaki Maito sighed, and then said happily, let's first go, and see the performance venue first. Okay, everyone will leave now, Tsunade yelled at the group of people in the courtyard. Hearing Tsunade, a bunch of people ran out of the courtyard in an instant. Akaban takes a glance at the people who were going to help, but when he recognized their clothes, he was visibly shocked since he could see all of them were from the Senju clan. Cannot afford to offend, he thought. The Senju place, I'll leave it to you here. Uzumaki Maito looked towards the other side where a dozen people were lining. These all are people who won't go to the venue, and they are responsible for stationing at the clan's land. Yes, Maito-sama. All of them said in unison with full of respect clearly heard in their voices. Let's go, little Akaban, I am curious how you will arrange it. Uzumaki Maito smiled gently. Cough cough, in fact, there are many things that can't be done today, but it's a good choice to go there and arrange it. Akaban stammered a bit. Akaban didn't lie this time since he knew that some things are better explained in advance. What? Isn't it finished yet? Uzumaki Maito was puzzled, and then slightly smiled and said, it's okay, I can help with some things. Then, I'll go to the store to get the posters first. A bunch of posters was already printed with the help of Izumi Yamano-san who delivered it yesterday, so he just needs to install it first then do the other complicated things later. Although what he said was not a lie, it's also not all the truth. Because although he can ask somebody to retrieve it for him, he wants to do it himself so he can skip working even just for a bit. When Akaban was about to take a turn to leave, he suddenly heard Uzumaki Maito's voice that made his smile crumble for a moment because what she said was, no need to work yourself that hard, just use your clone to make a trip. Uzumaki Maito squinted her eyes, with a mysterious smile on her face. However, although what she said sounded like she was concerned about Akaban to others who heard her, but to Akaban, who heard her, he knew that he was busted. His plan has been read. Akaban cursed his idiocy in his heart. How can he plot in front of someone who was older than his ancestor? And he even felt more sympathetic to Tsunade. There is no secret that can't be known in front of her grandma at all. Let's go. Uzumaki Maito said with a gentle smile, but there is no doubt about it. With her word, everyone bowed their heads and none of them objected. The aura of someone superior. Being a wife of the first Hokage, she is not just a flower vase. Otherwise, after Senju Hashirama's death, how can she still maintain the prestige of the Senju clan if not because of her ability and insight? And that's why Akaban secretly admires her. Little Tsunade, where are we going? A clansman from Senju asked. The location is a mountain. But I don't know where the exact location is. Tsunade shook her head and answered. The location information of the place is very concealed, and it needs Konoha's unique password to determine where it is. What was written was only the word mountain, without a specific location. These are the only information they have received. Let me see. Uzumaki Maito took the scroll, she glanced at it casually, and put it away, and returned it to Tsunade. And looking at her calm demeanor, she seems to know where it is. Akaban glanced at her and wanted to ask, but remembering her personality that only shown to him, which is a quite black belly, he suppressed his curiosity and held back on starting to talk. For a while, the atmosphere fell silent. After a long walk, no one still asked, and they continued walking with only the sound of rustling leaves being heard. Uzumaki Maito finally couldn't help but stare at Tsunade and Akaban and asked, "Aren't you curious?" For the clansmen of Senju clan, she didn't bother to ask. These people are obedient, they will listen to every order she gives, and she will not say a word that is unnecessary. That's what makes it even more boring for her. "Grandma, didn't we will still know when we got there?" Tsunade indifferently answered. Akaban immediately nodded and continued walking like an honest child following his parents. "You two kids are very boring," Uzumaki Maito muttered, then she sighed softly and said, "That place was the former Anbu training base, but it had been abandoned when Anbu changed their route location. So that's how it is, the former Anbu base." Akaban looks thoughtful when he hears it. If this place was the former base of the Anbu, there must be secret paths and special protected places there, so in case they are attacked during the exhibition, they can quickly retreat through these secret roads with Daimyo and the princess in tow to secure their safety with the others. It's really a perfect place. Look, that mountain, it's there. Uzumaki Maito pointed to the distance where there was another tall mountain. It's still far away, that normal people can't see it, but with them being a ninja it's a perceptible place. After satisfying their curiosity, the entire group continued to move forward, reaching the destination in no time at the speed of the ninjas. When they arrived, they didn't see any training ground like a place, instead, all they saw was a tall mountain standing on its glory. And seeing it, Tsunade couldn't help but ask, "Is the real base behind the mountain or something?" Uzumaki Maito didn't answer Tsunade's question, instead, she asked with a beautiful smile on her young face instead. "If they let the Daimyo and others climb such a high mountain, I'm afraid they will prepare a new Daimyo succession ceremony the next day, right?" The place suddenly turned silent with only the sound of wind blowing and insect twittering was heard. Not even breathing was heard, since they didn't dare to breathe with how ridiculous her question is. A daimyo is the ruler of a country, so by asking that kind of question with a smile on her face, only Uzumaki Maito can do it without fearing the consequences. So no one dares to answer her questions. Without caring about their answer, Uzumaki Maito urged the group and said, "Let's go, I can feel people gathering at the place." After traversing the mountain with ease, they finally arrive at the Anbu's former base. Lady Maito-sama, Lord of Senju clan. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of them the moment they took a step on the place, and he kneeled in front of Uzumaki Maito full of respect. "If I remember, you are a child from the Aburam clan, you become old before I know it." Uzumaki Maito laughed kindly. This manner is completely different when she talks with Akaban and Tsunade. "It's my honor for Maito-sama to remember someone insignificant as myself." The Anbu ninja was so excited that he became more and more in awe of Uzumaki Maito. Recognizing his identity at a glance, she really deserves to be the first Hokage's wife, a legendary identity in Konoha. "Jarl, tell me about the situation." "Yes." Aburam Jarl got up and began to report the information in detail without leaving a single thing to Uzumaki Maito. "That is the legendary Uzumaki Maito. If it's other people, they wouldn't get treatment like this. So that's how it is. The Anbu came here first, and started repairing it here, and built a huge venue for the show. After the renovation and reconstruction the Anbu did to this place, the former Anbu secret base suddenly became a luxurious mountain paradise. But with such a large venue, the task of decorating this place is surely a strenuous task, even if the one who will do it is a ninja who has greater physical strength than normal people. With such a big venue, our current manpower can't finish it in the allotted time. It seems we have to help. Uzumaki Maito said with a smile. Lady Maito, you don't need to do it, just leave it to us here. Aburamyul said immediately. No, our work is different. Other people see where they can help and finish the repair work as soon as possible. Uzumaki Maito laughed. She looked around, and then she beckoned to Akaban and Tsunade. You two come here. Tilda, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Akaban muttered in his heart, although he didn't want to do it, he didn't have a choice knowing it's Uzumaki Maito. So he can only come to her like an honest child listening to his elder. Akaban, the venue is so big here, it seems you need help and I plan to help you. Uzumaki Maito said to Akaban, who was at her side, and continued, so, teach me how to draw. What? Akaban was stunned hearing her. Did she call him to her wide just to teach her how to draw? Did I stutter? I want to learn how to draw posters just like you, so I think I can do it too. Uzumaki Maito said. Of course you can. Akaban froze for a moment and answered her unconsciously. In terms of his painting skills, he had never thought of hiding it himself. After all, one more painter will give the comic market more vitality. Not only that. For example, some people who draw well and whose plots are relatively weak can also train their own painters and let them draw other manga. It's a perfect idea. Uzumaki Maito said with a sweet smile on her face, hearing Akaban agree. Then let's first talk about what kind of painting you need. And also you don't have to worry about me. Actually, I have studied the techniques of painting recently. After she finished speaking, she made a hand seal and in an instant, drawing boards, brushes, inks, etc., suddenly appeared from thin air. And Akaban can recognize some pictures on the drawing paper that appeared, since most of them were paintings from the comics of Naruto, such as the portrait of Haku with her beautiful face clearly painted on it. Well, mother-in-law, your painting skills are really good, but the expressiveness in light and shade is not enough, and the eyes are. Akaban picked up one of the best paints and began to point out the flaws in her paintings immediately. Uzumaki Maito is very quiet. She nodded her head while listening as if she really understood it. On the other hand, Tsunade, who was also called on her grandma's side, looked confused and didn't know what they were talking about. By the way, mother-in-law, if you have leisure time, the works you draw can be sold or given away in comic exhibitions. In the end, Akaban added a special sentence. Sounds great, then I will try. Uzumaki Maito lifts the pen, dips the ink, and closes her eyes and meditates for a while, then quickly starts to draw. Her hands are steady and she draws very fast. In just a few minutes, the prototype of a character is already in sight. Ah, is this me? Tsunade was surprised at first, and then embarrassedly wanted to take the picture. In the picture that her grandma drew, the young Tsunade was rolling the dice, and she was holding a large amount of money in her hand and had an extremely happy face. The appearance is not exactly the same, but the expression and temperament are perfectly reproduced. It's hard to believe that Uzumaki Maito really understood it in just a few words. Is this a genius? The innate talent of the elder wife is really too terrifying. Akaban is secretly fearful. Sure enough, for things like painting, someone who has more experience pointing out the mistakes make you have a lot of progress from it. This painting will be sold at a price later. Grandma, this painting is not allowed. Tsunad's face turned pale when she heard it. If this kind of painting is going to spread, her Tsunadime reputation will be completely gone. Really? Then I'll draw another one. After a few minutes, another picture of a young Tsunade is drawn, and in this picture, Senju Tobirama is holding the young Tsunade with a smile on their faces. The picture is very warm and lovely. No. Neither can this one. Sakumo, even if Kurama Akaban provided the theory, this kind of technique only exists in the theory. This is the basis of the reverse inference, lightning style. I feel only one step away. In Forest of Death. Hatake Sakumo sat on the grass, breathing heavily. Next to him is the Hatake clan current clan leader Hatake Sagaki. He is an elite jonin and the father of Hatake Sakumo. Well, try again. If you fail this time, you have to rest for a week. Hatake Sagaki said solemnly. Yes, father. Sakumo took a deep breath, he closed his eyes and visualized the hand seal, chakra release, and other things he needed to calculate that he and his father had drawn for the jutsu in his mind calmly. And after a few minutes in that state, Sakumo opened his eyes and made a series of hand seals at a fast pace. Hare, monkey, dog. A series of hand seals was completed in a few seconds, and chakra within his body surged through his arms and gathered in his right hand. Lightning attribute chakra is very violent, and its offensive prowess is very terrifying. Because of this attribute, it is also very difficult to control it. Sakumo gritted his teeth, he controlled the surging chakras and led it into his hand, and he compressed and forced it to take shape into a lightning attribute chakra. TZZZZZZZ. Fully focused on shaping the chakras, a crackling sound suddenly sounded that made Sakumo and also Sagaki's pupils shrink at the same time from the sudden stimulation of the strong light. With the success of shaping the chakra, silver electric lights are constantly flying in the palm of Sakumo's hand. But due to Sakumo chakra that was still powering the lighting, its power is getting stronger and stronger than he can't control it anymore. Ugh! With a grunting sound coming from Sakumo, he dashed out while his consciousness was still there, and he was 100 steps away in the blink of an eye. Bang! There was a loud noise, the rocks that were hit instantly shattered, and pieces of fragments flew away. Sagaki instantly appeared and caught Sakumo's body that was about to fall while splitting the rocks that were coming in their direction. At this time, Sakumo has fallen into a coma. Hatake Sagaki's mood was quite complicated seeing his son. He knows that this technique is feasible in theory, but he also knows how difficult it is to execute. Even an elite jonin like him cannot do it. However, my son did it. Sakumo, you are amazing. He secretly said. And a hint of pride appeared on his indifferent face. Drawing is very simple. You can also learn it too, little Tsunade. Since it's a craft anyway. Uzumaki Maito said with a smile while convincing Tsuna on her side. No. Tsunade said with an unhappy face. In her opinion, Uzumaki Maito is just an old lady with bad taste, which is very uncomfortable. Drawing is very useful. Uzumaki Maito stroked her head and looked at the painting that she had just drawn. In this painting, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, and her parents are all in the painting. A family portrait. When I'm gone, even if you lose everything from your gambling habit, you can still make money by drawing and painting. Grandma, what are you talking about? Tsunad's face turned red, not only from embarrassment but also because she was about to cry. Silly girl. As long as it is a human being, there will be a day of death. If it weren't for Konoha and her granddaughter that hadn't grown up yet, Uzumaki Mito has already left and gone to see her husband. But she didn't say it directly but just thought of it in her heart since she knew that if she said it, her little princess would definitely become sad and that's what she didn't want to see. So she tried to lighten up the mood and said, "Just kidding, I am in the middle of my youth, and I can live for a few years to come." Uzumaki Mito laughed calmly. Akaban hearing it was silent. "You talk about this topic, it makes me everyone depressed. But one thing is correct. Without Mito's supervision, Tsunade would really lose everything." Uzumaki Mito then used a sealing jutsu and carefully collected all the paintings she drew into it since she didn't plan to sell it. Tsunade on the other side sits in the pavilion with enthusiasm when she hears money from her grandma. She took a drawing tool, paper, and pen, etc., and began to draw at will. With just a few strokes, the prototype has emerged. Not bad. Uzumaki Mito was surprised. She has been practicing for 3 days from the beginning to now. HMPH, of course. Tsunade is very proud, drawing and so on is not difficult for her. Akaban also has to say that she does have innate talent, but this innate talent is not for painting but in her hands. Her hands are very stable, and the accuracy is also very good, so the lines drawn are very smooth and beautiful. But after a few minutes, "Look, it's not ugly." Tsunade smiled, somewhat proud of her work. Uzumaki Mito glanced at it and then sank into thinking. Is it Sakura? After a few minutes of staring at it, she hesitantly guessed. Because from the painting, it is really difficult to tell who she is. Tsunade hearing her grandma's answer looked confused for a moment. She held her painting for a few seconds, then looked towards Akaban. In her eyes, Akaban saw the desire to be recognized. However, to be honest, she has good lines, but her facial features, expressions, and movements are messed up. Sakura. Sorry, I don't recognize this extra face. He wanted to laugh but forcibly held it back for the sake of his own life. Obviously it is me. Tsunade dropped the painting in frustration and instantly lost her last enthusiasm for painting. Puff. Akaban finally couldn't hold it back, so he laughed out loud. Tsunade herself. This is too abstract, who would recognize it? When you say it like that, I think it looks a bit like you. Uzumaki Mito said seriously. At this time, however, Tsunade obviously would not believe it. Cough cough, I have undergone rigorous training, so I can usually hold back a smile. Akaban said with a dry cough. Enough for you. Tsunade became angry from embarrassment, and her chakra surged in her body, and used the chakra-enhanced strength and was about to punch Akaban. But Uzumaki Mito reached out and grabbed her lightly. In an instant, the chakra wave disappeared. It's not a joke, since I have worked hard for it. Tsunade complains. Hearing it, Akaban decisively broke the subject, so as not to stimulate Tsunade's fragile mind again. With a hand seal, 2 shadow clones appeared. Don't talk nonsense, and start to work in a hurry. After Akaban said that, he started painting first, without giving them time to make trouble for him. The 2 clones took a look, and they also started picking their tools and started working. Shadow clone. Well, You brat is very lazy for thinking something like that. Uzumaki Maito said while looking at the 3 Akaban who was painting. She stretched her waist and moved her muscles and bones, and then Shadow Clone Jutsu. A large amount of chakra surge and 8 clones appear in the next second. Thank you, everyone. Uzumaki Maito bowed slightly, she was even polite to her clone. The clones also gave salutes, and then they started to work. Akaban secretly sighed, although they used the same ninjutsu, but from their attitude alone was vastly different from him. It's boring, I went to see other work. Tsunade said, seeing how serious they are while working. After experimenting with it multiple times, she found that painting is not so easy to master. But for painting, she really does not have much interest in it. Even if it is challenging and difficult, she doesn't bother to study it in depth. Don't leave this area. Understood. After another nagging, Uzumaki Maito allowed Tsunade to leave. Akaban wanted to call her. He and Uzumaki Maito are the only ones left, and he always feels frustrated. Although she has the appearance of a woman aged 30 years old and looks like a young woman, she is really hard to deal with. A dozen people are struggling hard in a pavilion. After only half an hour, Akaban's heart was already complaining and thought, is this how it felt to work under the surveillance of an elder? Akaban was upset and strongly condemned Tsunades who left him behind. I drew several pictures, but you only drew such a little. After Uzumaki Maito finished one picture, she laughed gently and said, you must not do things with a dual purpose. It's not good when you're on the battlefield. Yes, grandmother. Akaban shed tears in secret and scolded Tsunade several times at the bottom of his heart. After painting for an entire hour, Akaban finally releases his shadow clones. Are these posters already enough? And seeing that, Uzumaki Maito also stops what she was doing and asked in a confused tone. Of course it's not enough, but I'm at my limit. Akaban said wearily. Although his chakra is not that little, if it is compared to an Uzumaki with a tailed beast living inside it, he was just like a child in front of an adult. And although he was not at his limit yet, but to escape from her clutches, this is the only way he came up with. As long as he uses an excuse that his body cannot withstand the shadow clone anymore, Uzumaki Maito will never force him to continue. Hearing it, Uzumaki Maito slightly nodded her head in understanding, and then asked, how do you plan to arrange the show? As an elder and one of the sponsors of this event, she is qualified to know the insider news. I am thinking of using Kakashi vs. Zabuza as the opening ceremony performance, then 1 hour of free visit and shopping time, and finally gathering for a closing ceremony performance, Akaban answered. Listening to Akaban's explanation, Uzumaki Maito nodded her head and pondered about it for a moment, then asked once again. Are there any specific arrangements for the program? I won't talk about the free performances and sales in what will happen in the middle of the program, since it depends on their personal skills. But at the final closing ceremony, I plan to enter the scene where Haku was killed, and then plan to. When Akaban was about to continue, a bulb suddenly glowed on his head, and thought of another idea. In addition to these, he can also add songs. For example, the opening song of Naruto Shippuden, the Blue Bird. What are you planning? I plan to add a song, but I'm afraid no one can sing it. Akaban sighs in regret. Although he can't sing it, but training someone is still possible with the memory he has and genjutsu, it can be reproduced in the way of illusory world. But the problem is there was no singer for the song. Although Akaban was sighing in regret, Uzumaki Maito on the other hand, who heard about singing, had her eyes lit up and excitedly asked, "How about me?" "Ha!" Akaban, who heard her eager voice, was suddenly stunned silly for a second, then he looked at her with a suspicious look on his eyes and thought, "You are so old, can you do?" "Boya, don't underestimate this old lady. In fact, I have so many talents that you can hardly imagine," Uzumaki Maito said softly and proudly. "But I can only use genjutsu to convey the song. Can the one in your body allow it?" "I am afraid that." Akaban didn't continue since she knew what he meant already. "Don't worry, it's pretty good." Uzumaki Maito stroked her stomach gently, but the 9 tails inside the seal trembled. It didn't dare to move. It can see the outside world anyway. If the old hag adds a seal to it, it will be the same as in jail, which it didn't want to experience since it is also an otaku like its host. If Uzumaki Maito can really sing it, it is also a very good hit. Akaban agreed in his heart, and immediately mobilized the chakra inside his body, and genjutsu was launched in an instant, and it's a genjutsu that only had a gentle melody on it without harming the target. Uzumaki Maito closed her eyes and listened to the melody. These voices emerge from Akaban's memory, so they are not stable. After a long time, his illusory domain was eliminated. It is not that Akaban stopped the operation, but Uzumaki Maito actively interrupted his genjutsu. "Let me sing it for you," she said the moment she opened her eyes. Closing her eyes, quietly remembering for a moment. And the next second. Flying _. The familiar singing voice starts with Uzumaki Maito's own tempo. After listening to half a song, Akaban couldn't help but cry. The opening song titled Bluebird, which is full of memories from his past. In the second half of the song, Tsunade appeared when she heard the song. She didn't enter the pavilion but kept secretly listening while outside. And fully immersing herself in the song, she unconsciously burst into tears. Tsunade was moved because she heard the emotion within the song, and thought while crying, "The bluebird is free, but grandma is not." Soon after, the song was over. After she finished singing the song, Uzumaki Maito regretfully said, "It's still a bit worse without an instrument." "It's already very good." In this sentence, Akaban didn't say it out of flattery since it really comes from the bottom of his heart. "At home, there are my old instruments, and with little practice, I can use them to make the song better," Uzumaki Maito said with a slight smile on her beautiful face, then continued, "Don't worry, I have already remembered the whole song." Talking with genius is convenient. Akaban was envious, and at the same time, he glanced at someone who was outside and said, "Tsunade, do you need help over there?" Akaban asked teasingly. His face had the same smile of Uzumaki Maito when she was up to mischief. "Yo, little Tsunade is back, did I sing well?" Uzumaki Maito of course knows about her arrival. Tsunade wiped the tears from her face, then she walked out of her hiding place and entered the pavilion. Although she was very touched, but what she said didn't match what she thought. "It doesn't sound good at all." Obviously, she shed tears, but her stunned side didn't allow her to tell the truth. As if knowing that her answer was not convincing at all, Tsunade pouted, then changed the subject. "What is the name of the song?" she asked. "Bluebird." Akaban answered and continued, "It means to break free and fly high." The name of the song is very nice, but also in line with the artistic conception, Uzumaki Maito emotionally said. Tsunade froze for a moment. She thought this song was a song from a place in the land of the Uzumaki, but she didn't expect it to be from Akaban. Then this song will be the song at the closing ceremony, Uzumaki Maito said. Akaban, hearing it, smiled, and then said, yes, it will be, but after that, a game will happen in the illusory world which will illustrate its ending. I am looking forward to it. Uzumaki Maito slightly smiled. Among the ninja in Konoha that can use genjutsu, the one with the most insidious thinking and tricks in their sleeves is probably the little boy in front of her. But this is also quite interesting, otherwise, life would be too boring. By the way, Tsunade, how is the work doing there? Most of the site restoration work has been completed, and only a few tunnels are still being reinforced. Tsunade was not lazy like certain someone, and she really went to check the restoration of the site. Then the repaired place is ready to start layout, right? Uzumaki Maito looked towards Akaban, he is the expert in this regard. As far as the layout is concerned, you can just look it up, Akaban answered. As for the comic exhibition, Akaban doesn't know much about it, so there is not much demand for the layout. Judging from Uzumaki Maito's style of painting, her taste is not bad, and the effect of the arrangement under her leadership will not be too bad. Little brat is going to be lazy again, but I like this job very much, Uzumaki Maito smilingly said, and then she continued to ask, then what are you going to do? Don't talk nonsense, I'm not going to be lazy. Akaban quickly denied it. He admitted that at first, he really wanted to secretly find a place to sleep, but when he thought that there was still a lot of work to do, he immediately dismissed the idea. However, Tsunade clearly didn't believe it. Her eyes were full of doubt. Since Daimyo is coming, of course, the show cannot be improvised. Akaban explained immediately. It makes sense, so how do you arrange it? Let's go to Hatake Sakumo first. With Sakumo's innate talent, Akaban knows that he can do it. As long as there is enough time, he believes that the other side can definitely develop his own Chidori and Reikiri. Of course, whether it will be Chidori or Reikiri, the essential difference is not big. If there is Chidori, Zabuza and Haku can join Kakashi in the last scene. If he doesn't learn it, he can just cut off the Kakashi scene where he uses the Chidori and changes it to a jutsu that can be used easily. I'll leave it to you here. Akaban waved his hand and set off immediately. He didn't want to stay longer for half a minute. Grandma, I still think he wants to be lazy. After Akaban left, Tsunade said with curled lips. Little Tsunade, if you occasionally turn a blind eye, life will be more beautiful. Uzumaki Maito answered with hidden meanings in her words. Yes, Grandma. Tsunade knew that Uzumaki Maito was referring to her secret gambling. Besides, don't you think that my design and layout are more beautiful than others, don't you think? After thinking for a while, Uzumaki Maito started drawing once again. Sakumo really developed the ninjutsu. After he went back to the comic shop, what he heard shocked him to his core. He knew that Sakumo could master it sooner or later, but what he didn't expect was Sakumo mastering it in just a few days. It's not even a week since Sakumo saw the ninjutsu from his book, so when he heard the news from Kurama Yunlane, he didn't know what to say. Hatake clan sent someone to say it succeeded, but it seems that Sakumo was also unconscious and was sent to the hospital for rehabilitation and treatment. Kurama Yunlane continued. Sent to the hospital. Akaban's eyelids couldn't help but frown. This kid pushed himself to the limit, for just a ninjutsu. He talked about Chidori with Sakumo, really hoping that the other party could develop it, but damaging his body for it was not worth the gain. Yes, it seems that using the lightning style his chakra has been overused. Kurama Yunlang explained. Then it's fine. Akaban relaxed. To release Chidori, lightning style chakra needs to be used to stimulate the body, so continuous exercise will really indeed cause some damage. Such damage can be recovered in a long time at most. However, out of concern among friends, he still set off to take a look at the hospital and ask about the situation there. When he rushed to the hospital, he found that it was not just himself, the third Hokage and Danza were all here. Lord Third Hokage, teacher. After greeting them, Akaban looked at them and then looked at the hospital, and his face frowned from worry. Because, if these two big shots are here, didn't it mean something bad happened? The third Hokage who was looking at Akaban saw his frown and understood his concern. He shook his head and said, "Relax, Sakumo has woken up. We are just afraid that this jutsu will have too many side effects. That's why we are here to check his body for his safety." "That's right." Danza also responded, and then they continued to wait. It turned out to be like this. Hearing the Hokage explanation, Akaban nodded his head while sighing in relief. Since that's the case, he can only wait together with the two. After seeing the original work, he naturally knows that Chidori does not cause much damage to the body, but for the third Hokage, any newly created technique needs to be identified. Scroll of Seals is prepared for the powerful and side effect of the ninjutsu. After waiting for a while, a ninja came out inside the room and said while kneeling in respect. "Two lords, the result came out. Hatake Sakumo is in good health. In just a few hours, the damage caused by lightning-style chakra will automatically recover." This news made the Hokage instantly relaxed. At the same time, Danza at the side didn't have any change on his face hearing it. He still looked aloof and cold. He glanced at the room, then looked back towards Akaban and asked, "Aren't you going to decorate the venue with Lady Mito? Some programs need to be notified to you and the third Hokage and I am here to report it." Akaban answered. "Oh." Hearing it, the third Hokage looked at him for a second or two, then lifted his pipe stick on his mouth and asked, "What program?" "Currently our program arrangement is like this." Akaban explained the show arrangement of the comic exhibition and explained the plot in more detail. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then agreed and said, "With Daimyo participating in it, the exhibition show should not really be simple, so your proposal is very good. If you need help, you can start to talk." "It's great for you to say that. If that's the case, then I would like to ask you to play the role of Zabuza." Akaban answered excitedly. He was wondering how to start to talk about it, but now that the third Hokage delivered himself to him, he directly asked about it without beating a bush. "This." The third Hokage appeared hesitant hearing it. "Zabuza." He remembered that Uzumaki Mito will play Haku. Thinking for a moment, the third Hokage finally thought of an excuse and said, "When the time comes, I have to accompany the Daimyo as the Hokage. I'm afraid I don't have much time for it, so Danza can fill the role for me. I'm very busy." Hearing it, Danza glanced at him and coldly refused. Actually, he doesn't know why the third Hokage refused, but knowing his personality there is definitely something tricky in it, that's why he didn't agree. In fact, Shadow Clone works as well. Hearing the third Hokage excuse, Akaban didn't feel discouraged and answered with a smile that Uzumaki Mito used when she pitied someone. "Dividing into a shadow clone will not affect you while accompanying the Daimyo, right?" Danza said with a sneer. Let's go see Sakumo first, we will talk about these later. Knowing that his excuse didn't work, the third Hokage immediately changed the subject and walked into the room where Sakumo was. Danza sneered at third Kage, and then said to Akaban, I won't go inside, let Sakumo rest. Yes, teacher. Akaban bowed while trying his best not to laugh. Danza nodded slightly, he turned around and headed out of the hospital, without the intention of entering the room to meet Sakumo. After entering the room, Akaban saw Sakumo and his father Hatake Sagaki. Hatake Sagaki is 70% like Sakumo when he grows up. Because he didn't have a mission, he wore a casual dress, but he still looked dignified. Akaban, I wanted to see you before, but I never had a chance, now I finally see you myself. Hatake Sagaki said with his mouth twitching when he saw Akaban entering the room and gave him a kind smile. Uncle, Sakumo's injury. It has nothing to do with you, it's his fault since he insists on it himself. His attitude towards his son is obviously much stricter, however, from the unconcealed happiness in his voice, it can be seen that Sagaki is quite proud of his son's comprehension ability to turn Chidori theory into reality. The third Hokage on the other hand sat in a vacant chair after he entered the room. He sat there while checking the document he received from Sagaki, then put it down after taking a glance at it for a moment. He can't focus on it because his mind is not on these at all. Zabuza. Haku is a subordinate of Zabuza. But the one who will play the role of Haku is the first Hokage wife Uzumaki Mito, so how can he do such a thing as putting a hole on Haku's body without offending the first Hokage? That kid, dig a hole for me to jump. Thanks to Senju Tobirama, many ninjas in Konoha are proficient in water style, and so many of them can play the role of Zabuza. But, who would dare do it knowing that Uzumaki Mito is the one they were going to kill even if it's only a play? No one. So he can only brace himself, who told him to brag about helping. The third Hokage sighed helplessly and basically figured out Akaban's thoughts. At this time, Sakumo walked out of the ward, accompanied by Murasaki. Akaban, the ninjutsu you envisioned, I really researched it out, although there is still a certain distance from Reikiri. Sakumo said happily the moment his eyes landed on Akaban. It can be seen that he is really excited, otherwise, he would not have such a rich expression. Reikiri is the perfect version of the Chidori that you created, so in essence you can still perfect it in the future. Akaban explains. Is that so? According to destructive power, it belongs to a rank ninjutsu. Third Kage applauded authentically. You are so amazing to create a rank ninjutsu. While Murasaki was envious, he can't help but have several points of discouragement. He feels he can't keep up with the speed of his teammates' improvement. Murasaki, you don't need to be discouraged. This technique itself is of little value, and they are also foolish. Third Kage said in half comforting and half reprimanding Sakumo. However, both Sakumo and Akaban are very clear about this point, so they both nodded at the same time and said very agreeably, it is true, Chidori itself is an imperfect ninjutsu. Akaban didn't say the second half of the sentence. Being able to theorize it and develop a real Chidori within 2 or 3 days, this kind of talent if given a few more days, will surely create a Chidori that suits him the best. That thing, I agreed. Sakumo is safe, so the third Hokage will naturally leave. Before leaving, he said something next to Akaban and then left the room calmly. Akaban, who heard it, didn't change his expression. The moment he pitied the third Hokage, he knew that it would not end well for him. But since his goal is achieved, he didn't care much about it. When the entire group was discharged from the hospital, he talked to Sakumo and Murasaki about the time and arrangement of the show. In the comic exhibition arrangement, the main thing is the rehearsal. The third Hokage mentioned the dress rehearsal when they reported the comic exhibition arrangement previously, so there is no need for further notice. Because there are still many people who he wants to notify, Akaban didn't linger on their side that much. And he went directly to Uchiha to notify the one who will play as Sasuke. There will be dress rehearsals on the next day. And these things must be notified today to the other participants that he invited, otherwise, it will be bad news for him if they didn't arrive with the third Hokage and Uzumaki Maito leading the group. Fortunately, he doesn't have to participate. With his lazy attitude, it will be a pain for him to do a rehearsal in the early morning. The layout of the scene should be in line with the picture. Don't be dilly-dallying, speed up over there, everyone come again for the last time. In the location where the comic exhibition will take place, Uzumaki Maito's voice sounded again and again without stopping. Tsunade, who was below looking at this scene, was very helpless. For 2 or 3 days, she saw a completely different side of her grandma for the very first time. Her grandma that was as gentle as the lake wave suddenly turned into a completely different person. Her temper became more irritable and she was always mad. Almost all of them have been scolded, including the third Hokage clone, who dare not refute it. Why is that guy so brazenly lazy, and I? Tsunade muttered in a low voice. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Don't think about it, that kid is more slippery than a loach. He knew something like this would happen, so he didn't participate himself. Jiraiya envied Akaban's state, but unfortunately for him, who was caught by Tsunade and got involved in this place. A group of friends raised their heads, looked at the stands on the mountain, and then looked at each other and sighed with envy. There is more than one stand on the mountain. In order to ensure the viewing effect, huge venues are made out on the top of the mountain and the mountain wall behind the mountains. From these stands, you can perfectly see the scene in the exhibition venue. The stand where Akaban is located in the central zone is prepared for Daimyo. Fortunately, there is Grandma Maito, otherwise it would be really tiring to have a comic show. Akaban was very moved and was really thankful for Uzumaki Maito, who did it all. In just 3 days, Uzumaki Maito has evolved into a decoration designer, director, and is still full of energy. Her change of attitude was completely unexpected for him, but maybe it was the effect of staying at her house for many years that her switch was flipped when she had something exciting to do like this for the first time in a while. Akaban looked into the distance and what he saw suddenly made him frown. A ninja in Chunin clothes coming from the forest rushed over here quickly. At the same time, in the furthest forest, smoke and dust gradually filled. Akaban got up, used a hand sealed with both hands, and instantly a large fireball spouted from his mouth. Uzumaki Maito, who was busy instructing the others, suddenly stopped when she sensed a wave of chakra. She looked up to see the huge fireball lit up in the stands. Great fireball jutsu. This is the signal, she agreed with Akaban, and when the ninjutsu was released, it indicated that Daimyo was coming. Everyone cleans the site, handles the site in 1 minute, and does concealment work. With a shout, everyone immediately acted. For 3 days of baptism, they receive from Uzumaki Maito, every instruction coming from her mouth will immediately be initiated in the said amount of time. Since even if they are just a little second late, they will receive a curse coming from her without stop. In the blink of an eye, the venue was completely empty. The next second, Uzumaki Maito appeared beside Akaban. She looked into the distance, smiled, and said, "They seem to be coming soon. That old fellow, I haven't seen him in more than 10 years. I should go, too." Akaban got up and stretched, preparing to withdraw from the stand. "As the one who comes up with comic exhibition ideas, you are entitled to stay here," Uzumaki Maito said. "No, staying with the older generation makes me feel uncomfortable." Akaban jumped from the stand after he said that. "There are so many stands here, so why stay in the most troublesome place?" he thought. He turned around and entered the secret path and entered the stands in the mountain wall. "Oh! It's Daimyo, Your Majesty. Don't be crowded, it's dangerous. Most of the stands are for commoners, so it's not the best place to watch the show from their location." But Akaban doesn't care. He just wants to watch the comic show, but he doesn't care about these performances, he just joins in the fun. "Your Excellency Daimyo, I haven't seen you for many years. I am really happy to see that you are healthy." Seeing the car coming by, Uzumaki Maito smiled gently. This remark is very sincere to others, but it's not for the daimyo who heard her. "You are Maito, time really didn't affect you after many years of absence?" Daimyo answered lightly, but his tone is full of sorrow and jealousy. The third Hokage stood awkwardly, afraid to say a word. The confrontation between the elderly, "It's really." "Of course, Daimyo, you can take the seat." Uzumaki Maito faintly pointed to the seat, showing no sense of politeness at all. In this regard, everyone turned a blind eye. Daimyo was helped to walk down from the carriage to stand up, and he was indeed old enough to need help. He glanced at Uzumaki Maito, and there was a burst of sorrow in his heart. Obviously, he was of the same generation, but he looked like her grandson. "Why?" Daimyo sighed and was helped to his seat. After waiting for him to take his seat, everyone found their place to also take their seat. The comic exhibition is divided into 3 programs. The first is the opening ceremony performance, the next is a 1-hour free performance and viewing, and finally the closing ceremony performance. Uzumaki Maito faintly smiled while explaining to all the audience that came to watch and continued, "And I am the presenter, Uzumaki Maito." Her voice is amplified by chakra and spread throughout the mountain forest. "What? I heard that right. Gosh, it turned out to be Lady Maito. Very good, didn't expect to see her when I came here." In an instant, all the stands were full of cheering when they heard Uzumaki Maito's name, which is the only living legend in the Konoha's legendary era. "This is Senju clan." Akaban sighs slightly. If Uzumaki Maito wants to be a Hokage, it's very easy. However, the Senju clan has not participated in politics since the second Hokage's reign. Then next, the show will begin soon, Uzumaki Maito lightly said with a smile. In an instant, a flash of dazzling lightning shines in the venue. "Lightning Juts, go!" The eye-catching scene attracted everyone's attention. This is the sign of the beginning. Of course, it is not Sakumo that uses lightning style, but the shadow clone of the third Hokage. After that, silhouette appeared in the arena. Because the surrounding trees have been felled and repaired, the situation underneath can be clearly seen from each stand. "It's Kakashi, grandfather, it's Kakashi." On the stand, a young girl immediately yelled in surprise. With a decadent voice and a mask covering her face, that was also exactly the same as someone from the comic. After the lightning effect vanished, what appeared on the stage was the scene where Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura encircling Tazuna to protect him. "This is..." Daimyo, who saw it, stood up in surprise. his elderly body forcibly supporting him. His eyes focused may not be clear anymore, but he can still see it. Your Excellency Daimyo, it's an act. The third Hokage explains softly. In other words, a ninja was playing it. The girl immediately understood. When she was talking, the situation on the field suddenly changed again. The puddle in front of them suddenly turned into two silhouettes. And the next second, a chain was pulled. Bang! Too late to scream, Hatake Kakashi, who was at the front, was broken into numerous pieces. Suddenly, the audience screamed. Is this a ninja? It's too dangerous. Is that also acting? In the stands, many people cried out in surprise. Fortunately, there was a ninja on the side who kindly explained, otherwise, it would be turmoil. So far, the effect is very good. Akaban looked back in the field, and felt a little emotional since what he was currently watching was just like an anime live action which is full of memories for him. Of course, Jiraiya dare not really take kunai and poke his own hand. After all, he is not Uzumaki clan, he does not have such a perverted life force, instead, he uses a simple blind method. The subsequent plot is exactly the same as the original plot. The daimyo and the princess in the stands have long been stunned. Although they are in the ninja world, they have never seen such a big battle. The weird assassination, and different kinds of jutsu that they were using. Everything made them frightened, but it also made them excited. Especially at the end, the two grand waterfalls opposing each other, destroying the surrounding woods, mountains and rocks, are more shocking than all the paintings and words that they see and read in the comics. This is the power of ninja. The daimyo sat down, excited but at the same time feeling terrified. Such a terrifying force, if they really want to kill him, can his own army stop it? In comparison, his granddaughter appears simple-minded and doesn't care about it, focusing only on the grand scene and Kakashi. Elder sister Haku is here, is it going to end? The girl is a little disappointed, she hasn't seen enough. Haku is a man. Daimyo corrected his granddaughter's words. No, I think she is an elder sister, the guy named Akaban is purely disgusting to think of it like that. The little princess rebuked firmly. Hearing it, Uzumaki Mito smiled on the side. Haku is what she played. It will not be announced for the time being, so it will be more shocking later. Oh, there will be a show at the end. It's just the opening ceremony now. The third Hokage coughed lightly and said. The Zabuza below is his clone, but in fact, the Great Waterfall Jutsu released by Kakashi is also his doing. 2 clones. Such a costly technique, if the clone goes on, it will be miserable if it disappears automatically. It's so amazing. It's so good, but it's too short. It would be great if all manga plots could be like this. Inside where the comic exhibition was currently being held, the audience watching the live action of the comics of Naruto were all boiling with excitement. For an ordinary person, ninjutsu's performance is nothing but dazzling and full of excitement. But the Jonin watching the show understand how many skills are contained in this short period of performance. In addition, after Haku comes out, and sacrifices himself to save Zabuza from Kakashi Reikiri, all shinobi know that it's only a shadow clone, but instead of disappearing like a puff of smoke they expected, what they witness shocks them since the supposed clone of Haku was lying there with blood on its chest like it's a real body, not a clone. Everyone was informed that the one who played Zabuza was the third Hokage shadow clone. So the shadow clone that feigns death without disappearing is definitely not him. The control and methods which even the Hokage himself cannot do flawlessly. Of all the people, only Uzumaki Maito can do it. Next, everyone can descend down the mountain in an orderly manner from the secret road, and there are spontaneous activities by fans at the foot of the mountain. Those who are interested can watch it freely. The ninja standing on the stands began to maintain orders. But in the stand where Akaban is located, no one cares about the ninjas. After the show, everyone looked towards Akaban. Little Akaban, what shows are better below? The stands are all villagers from Konoha. Everyone knows Akaban and knows he is the planner of everything. So no one knows what's promising over there better than him. The intermediate link is relatively free. I don't know the specific program. You can watch it yourself. Akaban slightly smiled and answered composedly as if he really knew what's happening there. But the truth is, he didn't know anything about what's happening below since all of it was done by Uzumaki Maito. Could he say that the 8 clones of Uzumaki Maito formed the stage by themselves? Are you kidding me? He was planning to walk directly down the mountain wall. But at this moment, an Anbu jumped up from under the mountain wall and said to him, Akaban-sama, Daimyo would like to see you. The Daimyo. Akaban was taken aback. He hides here, so he will not be found, but it seems it's impossible to stay in the low for him. Yes, Lord Hokage also said he would like you to go there. Anbu immediately added the second sentence to avoid Akaban's sudden departure. Obviously, he knew the extreme laziness of Akaban. Akaban looked weird and nodded to him and said, You are from Root. You work hard, I remember you. All the Anbu that call him Lord were only those ninjas that have been tortured by his genjutsu. According to his aura, he has already guessed the identity of the Anbu on his front. Thanks, Lord. The Anbu ninja was taken aback. It sounds like a compliment, but he always feels that something is strange about it. Okay, I'll go first. Akaban said goodbye to everyone, and then used hand seal using his both hands, and used body flicker jutsu to accelerate down the mountain wall. Akaban is not very strong in taijutsu right now, but if he rushes to the Daimyo stand, he will arrive without spending much time. But he deliberately detoured. What about the Daimyo? He can wait for him. Why? Because where he was going was more exciting to watch. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, what he saw was a silhouette sitting on a stone. He is wearing a robe with a fire cloud on it, and his red eyes are very eye-catching. Uchiha Itakai. A character in the poster, but suddenly caught the attention of all passing people. Not long after, a silhouette arrives. I'm going to kill you. And it's obviously Uchiha Sasuke, being played by Uchiha Ryo. After a while of fighting, Sasuke was unable to move even a little bit, and Itakai became wounded and walked towards him step by step. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. A familiar line, the difference is that the voice is completely different from that in anime. Except for this, the rest is almost perfect. Famous scene. Itakai is Sasuke's big brother. So handsome. The crowd paused and sighed, and there were also a few girls screaming feverishly. Although the plot hasn't been drawn yet, everyone can feel the emotional entanglement between the two brothers just by seeing the scene. Of course. The important thing is that handsome face. Uchiha Ryo listened to the voices of those people and couldn't help feeling proud. He enjoys the screams, but unfortunately, these sounds are not directed at him, but at his big brother that was in front of him. More importantly, the big brother was played by Orochimaru's transformation jutsu. Orochimaru is really enjoying it very much, seeing Ryo's face. It's really nasty. Akaban shook his head and sighed. But he also didn't want to think about who led this situation. Itachi glanced at him. Akaban, who feel his gaze, also looked at his eyes for a moment, then he silently moved his eyes away and went up the mountain. I hope that Daimyo and the others will go down the mountain so that they can fish for a while. Akaban secretly looks forward to it. Those people sitting and chatting together, what they say is not necessarily literal. For example, Uzumaki Maito. She presided over the comic show and participated in so many activities. Is it really just for hobby? Akaban guessed that it also meant to demonstrate to the daimyo. They said that it is about showcasing and repairing the relationship. But it is better to say that it is another platform for everyone to communicate about the Uzumaki clan issues. On this point, he sees clearly. However, walking a section of the road, he gradually heard the voice of the conversation above. The content is not much different from Akaban's guess. The daimyo clarified the difficulty to Uzumaki Maito and expressed the position of Country of Fire, and then when it's about to become heated, the third Hokage becomes their referee. In short, the two sides bargain on each other while the third Hokage mediates. Go up when you are here, why do you keep standing there like an idiot? Akaban was still a little hesitant to walk up, but a sudden voice came out from the side. He was taken aback and reflexively jumped away, his hands were stamped, and then he saw that it was Danza. Teacher, what are you doing here? Protecting the daimyo. Danza said lightly, then he glanced at him, and used a hand seal to disappear. Is eavesdropping also part of protecting? Akaban quietly murmured, and after clearing up his mood, he went to the stands. Stop! Who are you? As soon as he arrived, two guards stopped him. I'm Kurama Akaban, daimyo, your majesty summoned me to come. Akaban answered annoyingly. The two guards turned their heads and looked around until daimyo waved his hands and took back their weapons. At this time, Tsunade had also arrived in the stands, and she was sitting next to a girl who was talking to her, but she just sat there without saying a word. When they heard Akaban coming, they turned around at the same time. Akaban, you are the planner here. You and Tsunade will take the prince around and have fun together. The third Hokage said. You treat them as your relatives. You can ask if you have anything you want to buy. Uzumaki Maito gently said with a smile. Them. A relative. Akaban whispered secretly. The girl was very surprised, but then she looked towards the daimyo hesitantly. Grandfather. Go, with their protection, no one dares to trouble you. The daimyo smiled when he said that, looking very cheerful and kind. Thank you, grandfather. The girl jumped up very happily and immediately went out eagerly. It can be seen that she also dislikes this atmosphere. Let's go. Tsunade sweetly smiled, looking gentle and pleasant. The smile she gave was the one she inherited from her grandmother, that looks gentle and sweet just like her grandma when she smiled like that, and already knew that something bad was about to happen. Akaban inwardly grumbled, but this time no one could take his place, so he could only brace himself for the incoming impact. The girl was very cheerful and left the stands without any worries. Akaban and Tsunade follow behind, they glance at each other and then sighed inaudibly. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what is your name? Asks Tsunade. Why should I tell you? Leaving the stand where her grandfather is, her image drastically changed for the worse. If in front of her grandfather she looks like a well-behaved princess, now she is like a demon king in her human form. Ignoring Tsunade, she came over excitedly to Akaban's side and asked, "Are you Akaban, big brother?" Akaban didn't know how to answer. Because Tsunade at this moment is trying to suppress her anger. I always thought that those who paint and publish books are either old men or bald because I feel that they have to think about a lot of problems every day, but I didn't expect you to be surprisingly handsome. The girl didn't wait for Akaban's answer and started to talk excitedly about her though while jumping around. And at this time, bang! With a loud noise, the girl, Akaban, and many guards in the stands jumped out in surprise when they heard it. Looking around for the cause of it, they saw Tsunade clenching her fist with her face red with anger. And besides her was a big tree beaten into two with a fist mark clearly seen on its center. The girl who saw it trembled instantly, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch in fear. Tsunade took a deep breath, then raised her head and looked at the girl and said with a cute smile on her face, "It's okay, a bug just flew over, I was so scared that I killed it with a punch." No, it's nothing," the girl stutteringly answered. Looking at Tsunade's smile, of course, she was frightened, and thought how could such a slender and weak-looking body burst out with such terrifying power. "By the way, what is your name?" Tsunade's smile did not diminish, but it became more delicate when she asked again. "Erika, you can just call me Erika," the girl hurriedly answered. "Too terrifying. Grandfather, I want to go home." Seeing this smile, her body unconsciously takes a step back. And although she still looked okay outside, inside she was already crying and was shouting for help from her grandpa. It seems that they are getting along well. Uzumaki Maito, who saw it, said with a smile while ignoring the drama below. "No matter what, her Tsunade will definitely not lose. Senju clan's power, still so terrifying." The daimyo sighed softly. Senju clan's strength has certainly been seen before. After the death of Hashirama and Tobirama, Tsunade, who was their granddaughter, definitely inherited their genes for being outstanding like her two grandfathers. Plus those ninjas. Ninja inheritance has nothing to do with the bloodline. The third Hokage immediately clarified, knowing where the daimyo's train of thought was going. In fact, daimyo's idea is very simple. He believes that Konoha is strong because of the Senju and Uchiha clan. He didn't know anything about Konoha, he just based it on what he witnessed right now. The third Hokage inviting him over was not just for them to discuss with each other but also to show the strength and might of Konoha. Yes, although they are gone, but the will of fire has been inherited by its people. The third Hokage continued. Hearing it, the daimyo sighed complicatedly. Konoha belongs to the land of fire, and only when Konoha is strong did foreign countries dare not stretch their hand where it didn't belong. Uzumaki Maito said with a hidden meaning in her words that the daimyo and the third Hokage can easily understand. Tsunade, Akaban, and the princess named Erika continued walking on the road leading down the mountain. Erika was waiting for her grandfather to take her away from here for a long time, but no one took her away, which made her ashamed in return. She didn't believe that the daimyo didn't hear it with such a loud sound from earlier. So she didn't hope for help coming for her. "Let's go, Erika, I'll take you around, it's fun here," Tsunade said with a smile. "Okay, let's walk around," Erika answered stiffly. She walked faster on Tsunade's side, not daring to walk slower at all. From beginning to end, Akaban is on the sidelines watching the drama between the two little girls. This girl knows Tsunad's identity and still deliberately provokes her. But there is a saying called only one tiger can remain in the mountain as a lord, so obviously Tsunad was more frightening than the girl thought, so she can only obey Tsunad. In comparison, Tsunad's performance surprised him even more. Although her method is simple and crude, but the result is successful, even the third Hokage and the daimyo didn't interfere. This is Tsunad's conscious planning, not a reckless or angry shot. This is probably her fighting wisdom. Akaban mumbled to himself. But what he is more looking forward to is how Tsunad will fix this scheming princess next. After going down the mountain, looking at the route where they are going, Akaban felt that Erika might be bankrupt today. Sure enough, their first stop is where a familiar face Shinui was located. Shinui's merchandise is fan art. He doesn't have the slick mind of Jiraiya, so he picks a spot and starts painting for customers to watch. If it weren't for Tsunad, the average person would not come to him. Hey, there are still people painting here. Erika was surprised when she saw Shin painting something. Didn't I say it, I will take you to have fun? Tsunad smiled brightly. Shinui was originally focused on his painting, and just finished painting one at this time, so he looked up and glanced at the source of the voice, but what he saw surprised him. He doesn't recognize the person next to Tsunad and Akaban, but he can guess that she is a princess just by looking at her fancy attire. Shin, she is Princess Erika, and she wants to buy your paintings. You can pick a few good ones. Tsunad said. Ha! I'm giving it. Shinui was taken aback when he heard her. He didn't plan to make a profit from this and planned to give it for free, but before he finished what he was about to say he was interrupted by Tsunad. No, 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 the money must be given, the money must be given. Erika bit her lips hearing it, and then took out the money from her pocket and handed it casually. I have no money, so I can't find change for it. Shinku Yuhai said sheepishly, seeing how much money she gave. It's okay, you can take the rest since it's only a little money. Erika said lightly. Who made her have big denominations in her pocket? It can be seen that maintaining a face takes a lot of money. However, seeing Shinui's fan art, she suddenly appeared in ecstasy. She thought that Tsunad would try to make her lose her money, but the quality of the paintings is surprisingly good, not inferior to the original work. Shin level in terms of drawing can be ranked second among people I have seen, so his painting level will not be too bad. Akaban said with a slight smile. Second. Akaban big brother, who is the first? Shinui and Erika asked curiously at the same time when they heard that there is also someone good at drawing. Well, it's Grandma Mito. Akaban answered. Uzumaki Mito's innate talent can only be described as terrific. Painting, designing, and even guiding planning have reached a high level in just a few days. Ha! Shinui was stunned, while Erika became more curious. Thinking of Uzumaki Mito that was next to her grandfather, she can only sigh regretfully. Let's go, I'll take you to the next place. There are many wonderful and interesting performances in this comic show. Tsunad is smiling and wants to take her to the next place. Akaban glanced in the direction where they were going next. The next place in this position seemed to be Jiraiya. To pit the little girl like this little girl is too terrifying. I saw it, there seems to be another painting in front. Erika excitedly said, she already forgot Tsunad's scary side. Yes, this guy is called Jiraiya. Tsunad indifferently said. Jiraiya, it sounds like a strong person. Erika is looking forward to it just from hearing the name. Konoha really has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Besides Akaban, there are so many painting experts. Tsunade snickered seeing her being excited, then said sternly, "Go and see it for yourself. If you like something, just buy it yourself." Good, good. Hearing Tsunade, Erika became happy. This time she didn't need to buy what she didn't like, and thought at least she respected my wish as a consumer. She got into the crowd and found that there were mostly men around. But she didn't think too much in her heart and squeezed in the front. "Is it okay?" Akaban couldn't help but ask curiously. "What's the matter? There are not many good birds in the daimyo anyway." Tsunade curled her lips and answered, without any sympathy. "No, I mean Jiraiya, it's not easy for him to draw a picture, you know." Akaban sighs. He has already imagined what will happen when Erika sees what kind of drawing Jiraiya is selling. And sure enough. "Ah, what are you doing? Put it down, put it down." "No, my painting, my painting." A scream was heard inside the crowd of men begging for something, followed by Erika's angry voice. "Who asked you to paint something disgusting like this? I will pay you with money, but you are not allowed to paint this kind of thing." After Erika finished speaking, she rushed out of the crowd gasping with rage. Following Erika, Jiraiya, who saw Tsunade, angrily said, "Ah, it's you, smelly airport again. Do you think it's easy for me to draw an art masterpiece? It has nothing to do with me. Don't blame me for your idiocy." Tsunade waved her hand and answered calmly, ignoring what he called her. Seeing that Tsunade didn't fly in rage like always, he looked carefully at Erika. Looking at her dress, Jiraiya immediately backs down, since from her fancy dress alone, he can guess who she is. "Get lost, smelly airport, you are in the way of my business." Jiraiya waved his hand and didn't dare to blame Erika, and he didn't want to see them again. Akaban, who was at the side, looked at the pictures that looked like confetti and immediately felt sorry for Jiraiya, who thought of it as a masterpiece. It seems the road of art was bumpy and rugged for him. There are so many words he wants to say to him, but in the end, he can only say, "Keep it up." Akaban sighed softly. Jiraiya, who heard Akaban, almost cried when he heard "keep it up," for the thought of Akaban cheering for him. Seeing his face, Tsunade patted his shoulder and said, "Keep it up." Then flicked her hair to let Erika follow. But instead of feeling grateful, Jiraiya instead became angry when he heard the word coming from Tsunade that it made him gnash his teeth. This guy now looks like an owner who is holding a dog that was biting him, but he doesn't even dare to say anything to her. Karatilda, both Kakashi and Itakai are very handsome, I love it. Erika squealed like a fangirl. Although she was scammed twice, Erika didn't feel discouraged at all, but rather, she became even more excited when she saw Itakai and Kakashi. After they left Jiraiya's stall, they then went to where Sakumo was located. Tsunade, who heard Erika's remark, couldn't help but let an evil laugh, and she asked, "Itakai is very handsome, I admit, but why did Kakashi become handsome when only one of his eyes can be seen?" "Of course, Kakashi must be handsome under the mask," Erika retorted loudly. Hearing it, Tsunade mocked, then replied, "How can you know that? Maybe he has buck teeth or sausage lips, that's why he was covering it." "How can it be?" Erika became angry hearing it and turned her head to Tsunade with a fierce expression. "However, why are you so fierce?" Tsunade asked with her fist raised threateningly. Seeing it, Erika's fierce face immediately became tame and said meekly, I just said that Kakashi won't look like that." HMPH, this is what Akaban said personally, right? Looking at Tsunad's squinting eyes, Akaban is a little confused. This is an unfathomable mystery. Why did she suddenly ask him when he was just a bystander on their farce? But after thinking about it carefully, he really said it. When Kakashi just came out, many of his friends in the class were also curious about what's under his mask, so Akaban said these words in a joking manner. But if he said it, Tsunad's anger would definitely be directed at him, so he plays it safe. Akaban, big brother, really? Erika looked at him desperately. If there are really sausage lips and big buck teeth under the mask. Don't mind the details. Playing it safe, Akaban answered without admitting it while also not denying it. But because Erika is just a child and she didn't receive the answer she wanted, her face instantly fell. She looked like someone whose dream got broken. From this road to the front is the exhibition site set up by Uzumaki Mito. Although she is still in the stands where the daimyo is, she still can use her clone to attend her post. Following the two little girls who were like a tiger cub and its mother, Akaban couldn't help but sigh. And he was more determined to find a chance to use Shadow Clone and Earth Style to escape without Tsuna's noticing it. Since if he stays longer between the two, he will be squeezed in the middle of their fight, and that will surely drain him. My grandma set up a stall in front of us. So be sure to be more respectful, you understand? Tsunade turned her head and said, trying to teach Erika. Akaban, who was at their back seeing his chance, immediately used Shadow Clone and Earth Jutsu to enter the ground in a split second without Tsunade's noticing it, leaving a clone in his previous position. I know, Grandma Mito is a legendary character. Erika replied badly. Akaban, keep up, you are so slow. Tsunade didn't forget to call Akaban up. Yes, right away. Akaban replied lightly, then quickened his pace, and it didn't take long for him to keep up with them. In a bush more than a dozen steps away, Akaban, who looked cautious, suddenly popped out of the earth. The clone did not disappear, it succeeded. Akaban thought delightedly while sighing in relief. If it didn't work, Tsunade will surely beat him to a pulp for tricking her without holding back her power for sure. After waiting for Tsunade and the princess to leave the surrounding range and waiting several minutes, he got out of the bushes, with an exhausted face. First go to Yunlane to take a look, then find a place to hide. Akaban muttered while cautiously looking around. The place where the girls will pay a visit to is definitely a dangerous place that he can't endure for long. In a few minutes, he traveled to the mountain forest with ease. As soon as he turned around, he saw Kurama Yunlane's stall. There were a lot of people there, and many people gathered around the stall to watch. Young master, you finally. Sure. Akaban directly gestured his hand to let Yunlane not make a fuss about nothing. Kurama Yunlane didn't know what was going on, but he still did as he was told, constricting his voice obediently. Entering the crowd, Akaban leaned over. He has quietly used transformation jutsu earlier to change his appearance and turned into a child with an inconspicuous appearance. What manga is this? Akaban picked up a copy of One Piece and deliberately started to talk to ask. The new manga is called One Piece. Someone replied. Is it good to read? Akaban asked. It's hard to say since the style of painting is a bit weird. It's actually not bad when you are used to it, and the so-called devil fruit is also very interesting. When it is updated, you can still buy it and have a look. With everyone asking and answering, everyone immediately started a heated discussion. Akaban sits on the side and listens quietly. The market for One Piece is pretty good, and everyone can basically accept it. But for Konoha readers, Naruto is clearly more popular. This is a geographical advantage and it is difficult to change. Speaking of which, Boss Yunling, are these for sale? Someone from the crowd asked, planning to buy and collect it. These 50 books are not for sale. Kurama Yunling lightly said with a smile. It's a pity. Everyone sighed. 100 tiles are not expensive, but these 50 copies are the first batch and are definitely worth collecting. Boss, what is the position of the colonel? I don't know this. Kurama Yunlane glanced at Akaban awkwardly and found that his young master also didn't want to explain at all, so he had to answer incompetently. It's a pity, why is Akaban not here today? Many people sighed. Although it's not for sale, they still take it to read while sitting down around the stall and take a look at comics while also talking about the plot. Which feels really good. Unfortunately, the author is not here. Akaban sank into contemplation. He did ignore this. After all, to him, Colonel and so on are all common sense, and it seems that there is no need for explanation. But now he is in Naruto world. It seems that I have to add a few pages of settings later. Fortunately, I didn't let Yamano-san print too much. Akaban didn't immediately leave and just sat there while listening to his readers' thoughts about the story. Many of the questions his readers said made him quite elucidating and helpful to the follow-up formal publication. No wonder those games have to come to the beta first before they officially release it. At this time, a silhouette walked in from outside. He found a place to sit down after picking up a comic. Orochimaru. Although it has been disguised, Akaban instinctively feels that he is Orochimaru for some reason. At the same time, Orochimaru also looked over. The two glances at each other nodded their heads in acknowledgement of each other's disguise. One Piece, the manga that describes the sea. After he opened it, his eyes quickly scanned the painting, but he turned to the next page in a moment. Akaban stood by, observing his behavior secretly. 1 page, 2 pages. After turning a few pages, Orochimaru finally stopped. He pondered and asked, is there really a devil fruit like this in the world? Although his voice was not loud, it was still heard and in an instant, the people who were also reading the comics were silent. Everyone looked over. Several people who had been talking before tried to open their mouths, but in the end, they didn't speak. After a few seconds, someone finally couldn't help laughing. How could it be? It's just manga, child, you think too much. Yes, if there is this thing, it would be too absurd. When someone starts denying it, others will also deny it. However, from beginning to end, Orochimaru doesn't care about their answers. His eyes are fixed on Akaban, full of thirst for the unknown. How could there be devil fruits? It would be too ridiculous to have that kind of thing. Akaban shook his head and answered, knowing the question was directed at him. Of course he knows very well that the devil fruit is true. If he exchanges one from the system and throws it away, there will naturally be a devil fruit in the world, but his points are not coming from thin air, and he hasn't reached the point where he can redeem a devil fruit yet. It's a pity. Orochimaru sighed. It seems that his interest in the comics in his hand has diminished several times in an instant. Although he is still flipping, it is obviously faster. But when he flipped over, he suddenly flipped back to where a certain man was drawn. A rubber man. The stretchable and soft physique is really interesting. Orochimaru thought for a moment, and then his eyes shined. Stretching is difficult with the human body, but it is not difficult to develop the soft characteristics. I can try it. He noted it down and was interested in the comic again. Swordsmanship. In this world of pirates where mysterious devil fruits appear, there are still people practicing swordsmanship. Seeing the 5th chapters, Orochimaru was a little surprised. Is there any problem? Some people think that this child is weird. They all read comics, but he talks the most. Orochimaru shook his head hearing their questions and did not speak. For him, training swordsmanship is also equivalent to using a sword in the ninja world, which is stupid and ridiculous. Seeing his expression, Akaban couldn't help but said, swordsmanship is not necessarily weak. The Land of Iron also has an expert in that expertise, and it's not impossible for other villages to also have a ninja that masters swords which will not lose to a kage. Well, you have a point. Orochimaru nodded and agreed, but it did not prevent him from despising the samurai. But if in the pirate world a pirate doesn't eat devil fruit, it doesn't mean they are weakling. Akaban slightly smiled, without much explanation. These involve the follow-up plots, and he has to sell them first before spoiling the story. After reading, Orochimaru closed the comic book politely and put it on the shelf. He glanced at Akaban, pondered for a moment, and finally said, I saw Tsunade, the princess, and Akaban on the way here. Oh. Akaban was with Her Highness the Princess. No wonder I didn't see him. I'm not sure if he will come later, so I must ask carefully. Is I the only one who wants to see the princess? Everyone immediately became excited. Whether it is Akaban or the princess, it is exciting news for them. But Orochimaru made this remark, not for them. His main goal is obviously Akaban. He wants to be alone with Akaban. Everyone, I will visit the other places first. I wish you all a good time. Orochimaru got up and said and bowed slightly, then turned and left. Akaban stood up and followed Orochimaru's footsteps. After walking a few steps, he saw Orochimaru sticking under a big tree on the side of the road. Akaban, from the way I see it, it seems that you are not happy being with them. Using a shadow clone to fool Tsunade while you are here having fun yourself. Orochimaru said gleefully. Akaban rolled his eyes and couldn't help but feel bitter. The two girls were like water and oil, they won't mix with each other. So if I get involved while in the middle, it will be a pain for me. Women are all troublesome creatures, but I am very happy to see you unhappy. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and said. Knowing that he will only suffer if they continue the topic, Akaban directly changes it and asks. It seems that you have played enough Uchiha. Have you let him go? No, I left Shadow Clone. Orochimaru with transformation jutsu, walk forward slowly and rhythmically. Both of them are in a state of not being able to see the light, but there are many topics to talk about with each other. He took a few steps and then said with emotion, I wanted to learn from Akaban and write my own story. Later, I discovered that studying the mystery of ninjutsu and studying the mystery of life are what interest me the most. Akaban didn't know how to answer since this guy's aura suddenly changed into a learner from the way he talks. He followed for a few steps, and then suddenly asked sternly, speaking of people. Orochimaru froze for a while, then laughed, from your story, I got a lot of inspiration, so comics are not entirely useless. What do you mean? Akaban froze for a moment, not quite sure what Orochimaru wanted to say. But he definitely has a reason for talking like that. Nothing, I just want to find someone to chat with. Orochimaru said after a moment of silence. Which step is your deal with him? Akaban slightly frowned. Orochimaru's mentality has changed a bit quickly. I am going to join them. He answered indifferently, and after a moment of silence he continued, if I join them, there will be more opportunities to go out of the village. Ninjutsu research requires a lot of support from experimental and theoretical knowledge. He does not have the terrifying theoretical knowledge and talent of Second Kage, so he can only choose more experiments. Be careful, he is not so easy to deal with. It is best to have enough strength to talk about it later. Akaban muttered after a moment of silence. Danza's methods are very dark and vicious. He will push people into the abyss step by step. He is a poisonous snake, but I am Orochimaru. TL/N. Orochimaru also means big snake or serpent. Orochimaru answered in an extremely confident manner. Associating with poisonous snakes, there are always times when he gets bitten back, but he is born as a snake. I see. Akaban nodded and didn't say much since he knew that it won't change anything. Although there are no outsiders in the range of his senses, he still has to keep enough guard against Danza and the Anbu. If he can't talk about these things, you can say less about other aspects. They walked a few steps to a relatively remote path. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up and followed by a silhouette in the middle of the road. Danza. He looked at Orochimaru and then at Akaban. He was obviously taken aback, and then he said, "You are together, it saves me a lot of time." Teacher. Akaban did not change back to his original form but bowed slightly. In the land of the Uzumaki, there may be a war. Danza indifferently said. Just like I thought. Orochimaru licked his lips and mumbled. The exhibition was not just for talking when he saw the daimyo, but also for pre-war negotiations. So for him, this is an opportunity. What about the time? Akaban asked after a moment of thinking. The initiative is in their hands, we can only deal with it passively, but roughly the time is after the Chunin exams. Danza lightly answered. Akaban didn't continue asking, he doesn't want to go with Danza, so it's better not to go. It looks like another war is coming. Orochimaru said. War is inevitable. If Konoha wants to be stable, we must use thunder on other people. Danza said indifferently. He looked at Akaban and Orochimaru, and then continued, the probability of this game is Anbu and General. I hope you guys can help me. No one can say anything about the future, so I can't immediately agree. Orochimaru said in an indifferent expression. Teacher, if you need to help with training, I am obliged to do so. Akaban said very confusingly. He didn't want to participate in the war, or at least he didn't want to participate in this war with Danza. As for Orochimaru, he didn't have the slightest surprise or other emotions when he heard it, but just from the slight movement he made, he could still see that he was not that deep yet on his goal of joining Danza's project. Danza nodded. After looking at it, he said, it's okay if you know what to do, I'll go first. Goodbye teacher. Akaban bowed slightly, then looked up when Danza had left. He narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself, did Danza find out that they were working together? Both of them are thinking about this in their hearts. They were silent, walked a few steps each, and finally relaxed after a few minutes passed. Judging from Danza's action, there should be no discovery, but the fact that the two know each other's identities is probably expected by Danza. After all, he contributed to this situation. Akaba, I'm leaving first if there is nothing to do. There are still a lot of things for me to do. Orochimaru lightly said, anyway, after the closing ceremony, I don't need to be present. Yes, it's fine. Akaban flexed his muscles and stretched his waist, and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru slightly nodded, and then followed the path towards the village. After following Orochimaru's back with his sight, Akaban glanced at the time and then calculated it a bit. The two girls should finish a lap quickly, and the closing ceremony is almost here. I have to find some time to change the clone back. He thought to himself. If he lets Tsunade know that he left a shadow clone to fool her, it will definitely not be that good for him. After a few minutes of struggle with how he was going to change position with his clone, Akaban finally was standing next to the two girls with a relief face and thought safe tilde. But before he could celebrate, his face froze when he heard Tsunade's sudden question. Is it fun having fun alone? Tsunade indifferently asked. Huh? Erika was at a loss when she heard it, wondering what's going on. Akaban scratched his head. He pretended that he didn't understand anything and said, "What are you talking about?" Heh. Tsunade sneered and didn't answer him. Akaban touched his nose to hide the tension in his heart. Did my shadow clone get recognized? Judging from the shared memory he received from his clone, there shouldn't be any mistakes in the way he acts. But after thinking about it, there is only one person they visit that can recognize him at a glance. Uzumaki Mito, who sold him again. Cough, let's go, the closing ceremony is about to begin. Akaban pretended to be calm and urged the two. Tsunade sneered mockingly, then turned to the stand. Where shall we go next? Erika can understand a little bit, but she doesn't want to talk about the ninja stuff, and she just wants to know what interesting things they will do next. Next is, of course, it's time to go back. Tsunade said angrily. Go back now. Erika rolled her eyes and tried to escape secretly since she hadn't played enough yet. However, Erika turned her head and she immediately screamed when she saw Tsunade, who she was most afraid of. If this girl runs away, I am afraid that the whole venue will be in chaos. Akaban thought, seeing how she was about to sneak away. You actually used violence on me. I am princess of the land of fire. Erika angrily said when Tsunade grabbed her hands. Who is a princess? Stop teasing me. Tsunade waved her hand to make her stop making trouble, and then pulled her to the stand where her grandma is with one hand. After so long, the opposition above should have ended. Good job. Akaban, seeing how Tsunade treats the princess, praises her in his heart. Actually, he was ready to use genjutsu just now. The moment the princess sneaks away, he will use genjutsu on her to get her hypnosis to go back on her own, since casting it on a normal person was not that hard anyway. Think of it this way, fortunately, Jiraiya does not have this kind of ability, or else it will become a disaster. Akaban secretly thought. This is not the way to the stands. Erika followed for a while and found that the road was getting narrower and immediately shouted. This is a shortcut. Tsunade lightly answered. Turning a corner, Erika finally saw the stand where her grandpa is, but in front of her was a cliff of more than 10 meters. How can I cross it? She was a little dazed when she saw it. This is the fastest way, it's not difficult to cross, so get on. Tsunade smiled brightly when she said it. Then, without waiting for Erika to process what she was about to experience, Tsunade pulled Erika, who was standing there like a statue, in her arms, and rushed on the cliff. Her chakra control is very strong and she walks very steadily, even though she is walking on an escarpment with a person in her arms without any problems. But although she was fine, it didn't mean an ordinary person was fine doing it. Because after a few beats, A cute and terrified voice echoed in the valley like a banshee screams. There is no problem with taking a person, but this kind of experience for oneself is too terrifying for Erika as an ordinary person. She screamed all the way from under the cliff until she was shocked in the stands. Akaban is a little bit distressed for her when he sees the girl's appearance. He wanted to put genjutsu on her to make it not that scary for her, but Tsunade was faster than him that she already pulled the girl before he could cast it on her. What's the matter? Princess, how are you? The guards rushed over immediately, one by one in a hurry when they saw their princess state. Erika stood up, her legs trembling, while Tsunade on the other hand said with ease, "She's okay, I took her up the mountain for a shortcut on the way here." "Tsunade, what are you doing?" Uzumaki Mito was about to scold her, but stopped herself when she saw that Erika's face was not right. Her expression, it doesn't seem to be angry. She thought. So exciting, it's so exciting. Erika mumbled at first, then she suddenly jumped out and said excitedly, "Tsunade elder sister, will you take me again?" "Huh?" Tsunade was shocked, completely unable to understand what was going on. For her, it's hard to understand, but Akaban knows exactly what's going on in her. It's like how people were afraid of riding a roller coaster for the first time, but when they finally experience it, they were eager for the second time, just like how Erika looks right now. "Take me to run again, please sister, sister tilde tilde tilde." Erika pulled Tsunade and kept acting like a baby. Tsunade is confused. "Oh, Tsunade, you just take her for a run," Daimyo said embarrassedly. He really doesn't understand his granddaughter's thoughts, but his granddaughter is so coquettish, how can he not do it? Okay. Tsunade took Erika and jumped from the stand. Yes, jump directly. In the middle of their fall, she suddenly kicked the mountain wall and with a bang. The wall cave in that made her stopped for a moment and she directly runs on it with Erika on her arm. The deformed voice perfectly reflects the fear of the voice of its owner. What's even more frightening is that Tsunade runs in a zigzag manner that made Erika dangling on her that it looks like she was about to fall. It feels satisfying. Back in the stands, Erika's legs were wiggling from both fear and excitement and she couldn't stand still. It's exciting. Although she can't stand straight, her voice is still eager to take a round 3 with her eyes starting at Tsunade like glue. Tsunade was completely taken aback now seeing how she still want to do it. "What's wrong with you, little girl? Normally, you should be scared, but why do you still like it?" Tsunade confusingly thought. "Sister, you." "Erika, come back." Seeing that she wants to try again, the daimyo couldn't help talking and started scolding her. "Well, if there is nothing wrong, should we start the closing ceremony next?" The third Hokage quickly wittedly changed the topic. "Yes, third Hokage." Akaban answers. He presided over and prepared the closing ceremony, otherwise, he would not bring it this time. "Let's start then. Lord Daimyo has a long journey. If you end it early, they can escort you back safely." Uzumaki Mito indifferently said. "The land of fire hasn't reached this level of chaos, but it's better to end it soon." Daimyo replied, and then nodded, signaling Akaban to start showing the last program. Akaban bowed slightly, he used a hand sealed with both hands and left instantly. Then, the comic show is about to end, and the closing ceremony program is about to begin. There are 3 closing ceremony programs, namely plot playing, song singing, and virtual games. Everyone quickly went to the stands where you previously sitting, since leaving the stands, you may not be able to experience the closing ceremony for yourself. Akaban's voice was amplified by chakra and spread throughout the mountain forest. Everyone started walking towards the stands. If they haven't watched these programs, maybe everyone doesn't care about it. Some people may leave directly, such as Orochimaru. But since they all watched the first plot of the story, all the people that attend the exhibition immediately went back to their position. After Erika recovered from the roller coaster ride earlier, the show started immediately. She drank a few sips of water to regain her energy, so as not to lose the energy to watch the show later. After a few minutes, everyone saw that one after another silhouette appeared on the mountain path. Zabuza, Haku, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto. The difference is that at this moment Zabuza is entangled by 8 dogs, which made it for him impossible to move, while Haku knocks Sasuke to the ground, with only Naruto confronting him. Zabuza, you've gone too far. Your wild ambition will end here. After Kakashi said that, he made a hand seal using his both hands, and after a few seconds, lightning was coursing on his hand. Zizizi. The harsh sounds spread from the bottom of the mountain that it also made its way to the stands. Oh my god, this is Reikiri, there really is Reikiri, ninjutsu. Unbelievable, I never heard of it. Not only the ordinary person, but the ninjas were also shocked seeing the Reikiri in person. A ninjutsu that appeared on a comic actually appeared in front of them. The dazzling lightning made the people who were watching directly cry out of surprise. I repeat, just give up. After saying that, Kakashi rushed towards Zabuza with his right hand clad in lightning, and in just a few seconds, Kakashi appeared in front of Zabuza with his hand ready to pierce his heart. But next moment, a silhouette appeared suddenly, standing in front of Zabuza. In an instant, blood was sprayed. Zabuza was stunned. He looked at Haku in front of him, clearly dumbfounded that he forgot to fight back. Afterward, he caught Haku's body the moment the dog restraining him disappeared. He lowered his head for a moment, then he suddenly laughed gloomily and said, "My future is only death." Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you are wrong again. That's it for this video, guys. I will decide this story in multiple seasons, and this is the end of season 1. Season 2 will be on this channel very soon, to remember to stay tuned. Thanks for watching, and remember to like, share and subscribe the channel if you like the video. Also tell me your recommendations in the comment section down below. See you next time.